Committee on Higher Education, Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. So I'm going to give Anele and then we'll start here. We'll then move this way. We'll finish this side, come back here. We'll end here with Honorable Ngubane Omaseko.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anele Kabingis. I'm the Committee Secretary. Thank you.
Now, you must press the button. Want you on record. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I am Dr. Rachel Radile. I'm the acting principal at Ingwe.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Siphelele Gavu, the council chairperson at Ingwe TVET College. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, esteemed colleagues present in this meeting. I am Zugile Christopher Moshesheba Fomvalo from the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Yeah, thank you. Botraka Kulu TDG. Asizela. Let's press. Can I be protected by honorable members? TDG, don't worry. If you want to be protected, you will give them reasons for me to protect you from them. Don't provoke them. Let's go.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Unozibusi Somhlongo. I'm the Deputy Principal, Corporate Services at Ingwe. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mlesi Kiu, Deputy Principal Academic at Ingwe College. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Luazi. My surname is Matetela. I'm responsible for Project Management Unit.
You are responsible for, when we introduce ourselves, colleagues, let's give full description of what I do. Please reintroduce. They've been saying Deputy Principal, Academic, what. Yeah, let's be clear. What is our role at Ingwe TVET College?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I am the manager. I'm the project manager. I'm the manager responsible for Project Management Unit.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members and everybody in the House. My name is Nkululeko Kabalaza. I am the Deputy Principal Finance. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the House at large and colleagues. My name is Sharon Mutubudi, Deputy Principal, Partnerships and Innovation Development.
Morning, Chair and all members. My name is Noma Belu Manyala, Manager in the Office of the Principal. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Totos Kenjan. I'm a chairperson of NEHAW at Ingwe TVET College. Thank you.
All right, before I stream the mic, please switch off the mic. Yeah.
Okay. Let me. Oh.
Good morning.
Chair.
Okay. You're fine.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Andy Lesibanda. I'm a lecturer at Ingwe TVET College. I represent SATU. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Lungile Ngokodyo. I'm a lecturer. I'm representing PSA. Thank you.
Yeah, PSA. So what do you mean you are representing PSA? You don't have positions there.
I'm a chairperson of PSA.
Yeah, and then Satu?
Secretary.
Yeah, so we said let's give a full description so that we want to know who's here.
So.
Yeah. TDG.
Good morning, Chair and the honorable members. My name is Sam Zongo, DDG for TVET Colleges. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Richard Midirwe, the Acting Regional Manager, Eastern Cape. Good morning, Chair and the House at large. My name is Khotsifalang Tamo. I'm from Ingwe. I'm the Secretary General. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Hold on, SG. I think we did not hear you. Let's get closer to the mic and speak a bit louder.
Good morning, Chair and the House at large. My name is Khotsifalang Tamo. I'm from Ingwe TVET College. I'm the General Secretary.
Greetings, sir. I greet you all in the House. I'm Kenyana Tembelishe. I'm the President of Ingwe College.
As the President of the SRC, it's okay. It's okay, members. It's okay, members. It's okay. President, you are protected. Now.
Good morning, Chair and the House at large. I am Tsikizwaman Tomaji, the Secretary of NEHAW.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Nomana Nontaga, Chairperson of SATU Ingwe branch.
Morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. Lungisa Sishi, Senior Manager for TVET Support at NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I am Tracy TVET. I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader for the Auditor General in the Eastern Cape.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, as well as the colleagues in the House. My name is Feziwe Dazana Mbeki. I'm the Senior Manager in the Office of the Auditor General, who was responsible for Ingwe TVET. Thank you.
Chairperson, honorable members, good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Leslie Corey. I'm a social worker by profession, and I attend in my private capacity.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Poga Zigana. I'm the ANC Caucus Researcher. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Kim Lambo. I'm Chief Director Infrastructure at DHET.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues in the House. My name is Kabu Machani. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the Director General.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Putumelo Muilwa, Office Manager in the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to all. My name is Zweli Nonkwelo. I'm the Director, TVET Institutional Funding at the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members and colleagues. My name is Phumeza Mbonsi. I am responsible for the TVET unit in the Eastern Cape Regional Office, Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Kabelo Makita. I'm the Manager, Office of the Auditor General, Stakeholder Liaison. Thank you.
Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues, good morning to you. My name is Ntombi Zetusbisi, Parliament Liaison, Office of the Minister, Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members and delegation. Agnetha Ardense, the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members and all the delegation. All protocol observed. Mampako Mudimba, Committee Content Advisor.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Tibudziwi Vere. I'm the Acting Chief Director for TVET Programs and Qualifications.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Pelele Ntuli. I'm the branch coordinator in the TVET branch, Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Themba Msipa, the Chief Director responsible for systems planning and institutional support within the TVET branch.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. I'm Sabelo Butilezi, the Chief Director in the TVET branch for special project at DHET.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, 18 DG and the DDG colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, PLO in the office of the DG. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, acting DG and the DDG. I am Kanyi Sosonti from the department in the TVET branch. I'm responsible for student leadership and governance. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Idu Ganelo Tepolo. I am a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanele Zondo, a member of this Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Souls, Honorable Zondo is lost. So
that is problem.
Honorable Zondo does not follow the trends.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Koike, the First Souls, and I've been deployed by the Patriotic Alliance to serve all South Africans. And I'm a member, full member of this committee. And I'll be doing introspection here today.
I suppose that's why I'm sitting next to you today. A chairperson, I just thought on Nelly, when he introduced himself, he would say, I'm a Nelly, the only comrades runner and completed runner of. Well done. And my name is Desiree van der Walt, and I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Karabo Khachau, and I'm an alternate member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Makodi Maseko, and I'm the member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the officials of the department, the officials of Ingwe TVET College. My name is Ngobezita Zenkululeko Yama Africa Msezana. I'm deployed by the MK Party, and I'm a full member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, representative from Ingwe College, from the DHET, and from all other representatives and invitees. My name is Sihlem Gubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Maybe I must join you, Honorable Souls, and say, let us give a round of applause to Anele Kabingezi for completing Comrades Marathon. He completed the Comrade Marathon well within his time, and this is his medal of completion. He did very well. Yeah, so congratulations to the committee secretary, Anela. He's very fit. You know, he was running for all of us. In that comrade marathon, I would have wanted to go run this year, but because he said he was running, we're not sure if we all ran, if we're going to have this meeting. I thought he was not going to be here. So congratulations, Anele, and congratulations to all those who ran, all those who completed. No, all of the best. I will, if you know, people want to join Comrades Marathon, we will go support you. Some of us, we know our weaknesses, our limitations. We're not going to join. Those who want to join, we will come support you. We will, because it will be 2026, few months before elections, we will ask you, all of you from the TA, from MK, to go run. We will go support you. We'll give you all the support we want. And if anything happens to you, all the best, or it will be hard luck. If anything bad happens to you, we will support you. Even your families will support them when they bury you. That's on a lighter note. So we're going to give the acting DG. I was hoping that it's not ours. Ours, if it was ours, the red thing there would have would be. No, it's probably next door. If it's ours, we'll go check. We'll get somebody to go check. But yeah, let's proceed. You know, I was telling members from Ingwe. I think Ingwe came prepared today. You know, the first thing is that our members, some of our members were late. Ourselves, even myself, I woke up and I slept again. I think there's something Ingwe is bringing today, which is very strong. It's Ingwe nizenenya namhlanje. So now there's an alarm here that when we're about to start with you, I don't know what you would have said to them, DDG, Zungu, I don't know, Tenugu, so there's something you might have said to them, but I think they came prepared. So yeah, DDG, please lead the presentation. After that, I'm going to give the chair of council to introduce, and then acting principal will take us through. Thank you. It's not. Oh, it's ours. Okay, I did say that Ingwe has got a problem, so we're going to adjourn. We're going to adjourn and check why. Maybe it's a drill or something, but let's hope it is. We need to vacate. We'll come back. Yeah. Ingwe. We had a slight disruption that has taken about 35 minutes of our time. There was a drill. That disrupted us. The funny part here, members, is that when we're coming to work, we're actually talking that, hey, you know, Ingwe, there's a lot of problems. Bafaka maband. You know, we're saying, strangely today, you know, we're tired. There's something Ingwe is bringing. And one member said, hey, maybe when we get there, you must call IT to be on standby because the mics might not work. And I thought member is exaggerating. But so we then were disrupted just before we allowed the DDG to lead the presentation. But we're back now, we will continue. We'll just be mindful of time. When you start with the presentation, I'll just give you an updated time that we'll allocate for you. You'll note that we have already gone through the, the presentations from yourself. So when you present, bear that in mind. Let's not read word for word. The members have gone through the presentation. That's why they were even saying, sorry, we must keep the presentation of the college. Just go straight to labor and student because they've read yours. DDG?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, esteemed colleagues present to the meeting of the Portfolio Committee. Perhaps Honorable Chair must begin by making an indication that the Minister is still in the Cabinet meeting. She will be joining us soon when she is done with. And I must also make the point that DG is not present today because he's not well. So,
yeah, DDG, the reason why we have apologies that must be submitted in a written format is so that the apologies can be read from our side. So we don't take in apologies from that side. So whether the DG is not well or not, it has not been indicated on the apology. The apology is that he's not coming and you are acting. So don't read the apology. The apologies are only read this side. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. I must say that we are pleased to have been invited to the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training to present a comprehensive account of the state of Ingwe TVET College on a number of issues. We extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity to engage with you on the progress, challenges, and strategic direction of our institution as we continue to strive for the development of a skilled and a capable workforce, especially within the context of the medium-term development plan strategic priorities, which include, amongst others, driving inclusive growth, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Ingwe TVET College is strategically located in the Eastern Cape across 3 rural district municipalities, which is Alfred Nzo, Joe Gabi, and OR Tambo, with 5 campuses. You'll also see, Chairperson and the honorable members in the presentation, that the college is doing well in terms of partnerships, especially with the industry, as you know that this is critical in those areas whereby it's required for young people or students to complete their qualifications. I must also indicate that the college is doing well in terms of engineering studies, which are quite very critical for our economic growth as the country. And we know that engineering studies are also part of occupations in high demand in our country, as well as critical skills which we so require. Our presentation then, therefore, Chairperson and honorable members, will be covering key thematic areas, including governance, administration, academic performance, student support, financial management, safety and security, as well as strategic partnerships. The presentation obviously will be led by the chairperson together with the acting principal. As we have already introduced ourselves earlier, chairperson and esteemed members of the committee, we do have as well the entire management team, both within the college as well as within the TVET branch in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Once again, thanks very much, esteemed Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I will hand it back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting DG, Chairperson of Council.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. It is our privilege that we come before this committee because we recognize its role as an oversight body to strengthen the governance. We are going to present, our presentation is going to be in detail led by the acting principal, Dr. Radile. We are going to focus on the areas within which the committee has requested us to prepare a report on. In the interest of time, Chair, I would not now read the entire opening that I have prepared because some of the issues the DDG has already highlighted as to what would be our report entails. Then the principal will then take us into detail. I will now hand over to Dr. Radile to take the members through the presentation that we have prepared. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. In the interest of time, let me also acknowledge and greet all the stakeholders. On behalf of Ingwe TVET College, it's an honor to be presenting before the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education and Training. We are humbled by the opportunity, Chair. We hope that we'll be able to give an account of the work that we have been doing as an institution, and also will be taking lessons and guidance from the discussions that will be evolving. The presentation will cover the 12 areas as per the communication relating to the oversight work of the committee. So in terms of our footprint, it has been indicated by the acting DG that we cover 3 districts and we have got 5 campuses. There is still a project that is undergoing to construct a new agricultural campus at Ntabankulu. So this means that the number of sites will also be increasing.
We have until 22 now. 22 level. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we have also shared the maps. Maybe one of the challenges, Chair, that we have, I'm not going to just emphasize challenges over successes, but is the distance between the campuses, which also brings administration challenges because there's a lot of traveling and expenditure to access sites, which must also be noted. And you can see in terms of the GPS positions and the distance in kilometers, that the distance between 2 sites, that would be Mount Flesher and Ngqongqoshe, it's about 260 kilometers. So those are some of the issues that brings a challenge in terms of operations of the institution. I'll skip the values, the mission and the vision. We've got the College Council in terms of the subcommittees that are operational. So what Ingwe has done was to introduce over and above the prescribed subcommittees of council. There is a subcommittee related to innovation and investment. as well as a specific subcommittee related to student support services. In terms of the state of governance, there is only one vacancy that resulted from the resignation of a member. So we are still waiting for the Office of the Minister to appoint a replacement member to ensure that the council is fully constituted. At this point, council is operating at 94% capacity. In terms of student governance, the SRC is fully constituted. There is a central SRC which is responsible for all affairs of the college, and then there are SRCs that are campus-based. The numbers are indicated. The central one has got 10 members, and the campus SRCs also has got 10 members for these 5 campuses, and all of them are functional. In terms of the staff establishment, which emanates from the organizational structure that has been approved, the college is allocated 419 posts on PERSAL, but at this point, the college has been able to fill only 328. So issues of vacant posts relate to the availability of funding. In the next slide, I will indicate, Chair, that the vacancy rate arises because when we do our calculation of funding, we realize that we are not funded at the percentage that we require, which should probably be the minimum of 63%, but we are at 57%. So it becomes difficult to fill vacant posts. Otherwise, the college in the previous slide has made an effort to identify some of the critical posts which are funded from the council coffers. And in terms of the demographics, the college has 340 staff members who all are Black Africans. And within these staff members, there are 2 foreign nationals who were appointed a long time ago. One was appointed in 2010, the other one was appointed in 2014. Unfortunately, members, when we advertise posts, we advertise nationally, but there is lack of interest from people of other racial groups. I have been appraised that there was a time when there was a recommended person from other racial groups, and unfortunately they declined the offer to be employed at the college. So we are 340 staff members who come from the Black African population. In terms of the program qualification mix, we offer a diversity of programs at various sites, and I'll take that as read. However, Chair, the college is trying to implement occupational programs. I think we all are aware that the landscape is changing towards occupational programs. Unfortunately, there are challenges in relation to accreditation, which will be assisting to make sure that we cover those areas. So there has been identification of hairdressing as well as automotive mechanic at the different campuses that the college is planning to introduce the following year. In terms of enrollments and registrations, fortunately, Chair, there is a standard operating procedure that all TVET colleges must follow in relation to recruitment and registrations and advocacy, career guidance for registration of students. So the college follows that particular model and ensures that registration takes place according to that. There is an indication that applications are received the prior year, the year before, so that they are processed and then teaching and learning can commence on time for the following academic year. So the dates are indicated. Normally we start in September, opening the portal, and we close at the end of the September. And then from there we start administering other processes to ensure that students are properly registered. So for the first cycle of this year, we have planned a target of 5,584. We have had a 322 over enrollment. This becomes necessary, Chair, because in other cycle, colleges have got a challenge of attracting adequate numbers. So you'd want to cushion yourself just to make sure that you meet your targets at the end of the year. The top 3 programs with high enrollments
are indicated in business studies is business management. The first one in engineering is electrical engineering, and in NCV is office administration. So when we review our program qualification mix, we'll also be looking at whether these programs have got an impact and what replacement programs can be put in place to ensure that we have impact in our communities. The next slide indicates the number of applications that we received at the beginning of the year. We received about 5,144 applications, and we admitted 1930 new students. So these are the spaces that were available for new students. And then in terms of the comparison of full-time equivalents and headcounts for 2025, our FTEs were 5,333, but these were able to be achieved through a planned headcount of 8,202 because the FTE is not the same as the headcount, simply because students are not taking a full complement of subjects. So the headcount will be more than the FTE. What we have enrolled so far, according to gender, we have more females than males at the college, and the total enrollment is 5,906 at this point. And within our enrollments, we have got students with different types of disabilities. The total number of students with disabilities is 18. We do have challenges with access, as we have indicated in the second paragraph, that all permanent structures are accessible except for what are called park homes. Is the language that is normally used in the area, which we normally would refer to as mobile classes. So these are quite a challenge to access, but it's something that the college will be looking into to ensure that there's access through all the facilities of the college. And in terms of safety and security, the college at this point does not have a GBV and F policy, but what we have done in the last 2 weeks, we have generated a draft policy for circulation so that we can get inputs and comments from relevant role players. And once council begins to engage on the process of approving policies, this is one of the policies that will be approved. We do, however, Chair, also want to indicate that in terms of security, the campuses are properly fenced. There's a security company that manages access control. There are cameras that are installed, gates are lockable, and there are reports which are received in relation to the activities relating to safety. There are also occupational health and safety measures which are put in place at the college. In terms of cases that have been brought to the attention of the college management chair, there are two cases. The first one is the sexual harassment case, which is in the court of law, but there are also internal disciplinary processes that are taking place to try and resolve this matter. Also, there have been allegations from students that were reported regarding lecturers applying corporal punishment. Unfortunately, upon investigations, no additional information could be provided to enable the management of the college to attend to these matters. It has also been brought to our attention, Chair, that when the SRC was compiling their report, they also highlighted that there could be other instances of harassment, but from our side, we have not registered a formal complaint or received any document, except for the fact that our official who was working with the SRC indicated that these were the discussions that were taking place. But on that matter, we have already requested the Labour Relations Office to advise us in terms of the process that we can follow to investigate those matters and attend to those serious matters. The commencement of classes, Chair, there were delays at the start of the academic year due to the delayed release of results, and because the numbers involved are very huge, capturing of students is very slow, but those are internal systems and controls that will need to upgrade and improve on as a college. So classes started a week later. On the 20th, they were supposed to start on the 13th of January. Availability of lecturers to deliver teaching and learning. The college has got lecturers to deliver teaching and learning, and the 11 additional lecturers were employed for a 12-month period to ensure that teaching and learning is not compromised. But it has come to our attention also, Chair, that throughout the course of the academic year, there will be resignations and changes in terms of the actual operations that warrants us to fill these vacancies as they arise. Delivery of learning and teaching support material. These are ordered the year before, around in August, but there are challenges with regard to delivery when the actual delivery has to take place. But what the college has done, they have put in place a panel of suppliers to ensure that they mitigate this matter. It is a challenge also that needs the college to look into. PPE also, Chair, for primary agriculture is highlighted. They have been given PPE for engineering, but the college is in the process of sourcing appropriate PPE that relates to primary agriculture. In terms of academic performance, the college is doing extremely well. From 2022. The average pass percentage on students who wrote is 84%, even on those who enrolled, Chair, indicating that the majority of students do not drop out, they make it to the final examination. It's 77%, which is a very, very good performance. And the certification rate on average is 45%. And then in 2023, it was 81%, the pass percentage on students who wrote, with a certification rate of 64%. And then in the previous academic year, it was 81%, with an improvement of 70% on the certification of students. We also wish to indicate, Chair, that there are very few number of students who have dropped out. The total for the 3 years been 318. And although it's a low number, but it's still a matter of concern, because we would want to leave no one behind and make sure that everyone who registers with us is having an opportunity to complete their studies. And I'm sure going forward, as a college, we'll put systems in place to find out the exact reasons why we had these students dropping out, so that we can close the gaps. In terms of the throughput rates for NCV, the college is on average between 8 and 10%, with 2024 being at 12%. We have also put a slide, Chair. It's not a justification, just to indicate the national trends in terms of certification rates. If I go back, ours for 2024 is 12%, but if you look at the national trend, it is around 11 and 10%. But we aim to improve and close the gap so that many of our students can complete their qualifications on time, so that we give opportunity to new students who come through. Chair, some of the challenges that we have is that the calendar of basic education is not synchronized with our calendar. As a result, students who complete matric get their results after our classes have commenced. It's a very, very serious challenge, because these students, remember, they applied the previous year in January. When they have to start college, they don't have their final results, and therefore it's difficult to assist them. So this is a policy matter that needs to be addressed at a higher level. NSFAS issues are always there, but we try to submit our registration data on time so that students can be funded on time. Coming from a rural area, socio-economic challenges are always there, but the college does fundraising to try and assist students. We try and request for companies to assist with groceries for those who come forward and indicate they're struggling. We also work with our social partners, such as social development, to try and assist students to apply for grants and get assistance where they can. And then in terms of the crime rate, we work with law enforcement agencies and the security cluster to try and get a sense of what is happening in our communities and participate. And then I've already alluded to GB, GBV and F, that we don't have a policy, but we are working on a draft that we are planning to finalize as soon as possible. In terms of NSFAS funding, in 2022, the college was able to claim 69% of the funding allocated. In 2023, it went down to 56%. In 2024, it's up to 62%. Not all students, Chair, who are at the college are eligible for funding. Some of them have to pay for themselves, and this is what the problem is with regard to claiming some of the money. Although some might be related to students not performing well, but in terms of the performance of the college, we expect that those who have progressed, who have passed, should be able to apply for funding and get assistance that they need to be able to continue their studies. In terms of placement of students, we have given an indication of the number of beneficiaries, which we have 2,890 from the period 2022 up to the current phase where we are. One of the issues that we have as a challenge from the side of the college is student accommodation. There is only one campus that has a student hostel with a capacity of 60 beds. But the challenge here, Chair, is that students would prefer to stay in private accommodation because they get the money to be paid to themselves, and they compare the private accommodation with what we have at the college. So as a result, the beds at the college accommodation are not fully occupied, but we are investigating and looking at opportunities and the possibilities of improving our student accommodation and hostel so that it can be attractive to students and also expand to other sites as well. In terms of the college finances, the college has received a clean audit for the previous cycle. There were no material findings in relation to the financial outcome and the management of finances at the college, and we really want to commend and appreciate the college in relation to that. And so this is an improvement from 2023, where there was an unqualified audit outcome with material findings, and this one, there's no material findings. The capital allocation indicates the monies that we have received in relation to building a new campus, in fact, in relation to improvements at Ngqongqoshe. And in terms of CIG funding, the college is using the money effectively, and we are at 96% of expenditure with a balance of 7.3 million that is currently at the college. We have also received an additional allocation of 25 million that is dedicated for construction of an agricultural facility as indicated at Ntabangulu. And in terms of the Ntabangulu, Chair, the site at the moment, there is currently at the stage of earthworks where there's removal of the type of soil that will allow stability of the construction and the building that will be in place. It's a long process that is also affected by the weather. When it rains, it's difficult to work, but we have engaged the service provider. There are delays caused by rain, and the delays can be calculated at about 1 month, but they will be able to make recovery as the project progresses. In terms of certification backlogs, Chair, we do have a total of 542 certificates that we are engaging the department. Last week, our official went to the department and they started working on those certificates which we have not received. Part of the backlog arises from the systemic nature of the system, where when a student does not pass all the subjects at the same time, they have to apply, and combine the subjects to get the certificates. But our examination office is attending to the matter. In terms of post-provisioning norms, Chair, the process started in 2017 as a pilot. So where we are now, where our CIC College Implementation Committee is functional. However, there are still areas that we are navigating, especially the area of members who have objected to their placement. So there are 8 members who have objected to being placed, and the matter is still for discussion in the CIC committee. The labor relations report indicates that the college has got issues that it is attending to in terms of grievances, misconducts, issues that have been referred to conciliation and arbitration, and other matters, including the investigation of the SIU. And then, however, there's also the Labor Relations Forum that we are trying to get it to be fully functional. The last activity of this committee was on the 11th of March. We've got a meeting that is scheduled for the 18th of June, which is next week, in relation to engagement of labor. There have been efforts from the side of college management to engage on bilaterals with labor to try and get to work around labor issues. The last meeting happened on Friday, the 6th of June, which I must say was a very, very productive meeting in relation to resolving labors that were raised by issues that were raised by labor. In terms of partnerships, slide number 57 gives an indication of how the college is doing. There needs to be more work on this matter, but these are some of the partnerships that we have. The biggest one, Chair, is our collaboration with KUHA Development Corporation, where we are putting together a funding application to improve infrastructure of our sites. So this is a matter that we are engaging on. The last discussion was around last week in terms of progress on this matter. And we also indicate partnerships that we have with different stakeholders, SITAs, industry, to source funds for placement of students, to allow students to complete their qualifications through work integrated learning. And as I come to close, Chair, the challenges that we have as a college relate to the infrastructure that is old and dilapidated. And as I indicated, one of our key partners is KUHA Development, a corporation that is assisting us with application to a treasury. Student accommodation is one of the key challenges that we need to attend to as a college. Water supply in our area is erratic. At this point, the college has two vehicles, two trucks that deliver waters between different sites, but it's still a challenge that we need to upgrade and look into. We do have buildings that are incomplete from previous projects. Funds have been made available for completion of these workshops, which were not previously completed, at a cost of 56 million. ICT challenges, Chair, in relation to connectivity. Most importantly, we have had a discussion, the last one being, I think on Monday, if I'm not mistaken, where we were discussing solutions with ICT and tracking progress in terms of the contracts on hand on how we can beef up connectivity. Shortage of general equipment also is one of the issues that we have, but we are looking at supply chain processes to try and expedite where there's a shortage of furniture. The college does not have enough funds to be able to do everything that it wants. It's a challenge that the majority of colleges had because funding is not adequate. Delivery of learning and teaching support material, as I indicated, there's a panel of suppliers that we have appointed as a college so that if there's failure on the part of the other, we can get support and assistance from another one. Shortage of tools of trade. Lecturers have been complaining about lack of laptops to be able to do their work. This is the challenge with regard to funding that we have. One of the issues that came is that lecturers who improve their qualifications are not being recognized and get their payment from the department. It's a matter that is with the region and the National Department of Higher Education and Training. In closing, Chair, let me indicate that it's not bleak and it's not doomed. There are obviously things that we can highlight as things that gives hope to the functionality of the institution. We do have governance structures in place. The council is functional. The SRC is functional. We have received positive audit outcomes for the last 4 years, which were consecutive. And we have international partnerships where our students were placed, and the recent group or cohort came back on the 8th of June. We are constructing a new campus, agricultural campus at Ntabankulu. We are having an MOU with KUHA, which is assisting us to apply for funding and establish a public-private partnership. The college is also participating in COSAXA, although there is an improvement that needs to be registered there. The professional development of staff is one key area. The number of graduates are increasing every year, and the students participating in world skills competitions, and we are performing well in engineering studies despite being a rural college. So these are some of the highlights and the take-homes that we can really highlight as an institution. In conclusion, Chair, we are striving to instill a culture of assessing our performance as a college through good governance, and also we want to attend to some of the issues that have been worrying us: proper record keeping, regular and accurate reporting, increased compliance with legislation and compliance issues with regard to teaching and learning, putting in place IT systems that will enable seamless connectivity between our sites, so that our lecturers and students get access to connectivity and Wi-Fi, and ensure that all the committees, including the audit committees, are functional. Our health and safety committees are functional to enable us to avoid and mitigate the risks. Effective leadership culture, where we also, as the management of the college, play oversight. We have been, in the last week, visiting all our sites with the support of the council chairperson. While the distances are very, very huge, but we managed to visit all the sites to have first-hand information in terms of what our sites look like and what needs to be improved on these sites. So this is the presentation from Ingwe TVET College, sir. We really appreciate the time that has been allocated to us. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. It's 1 minute past after your... If you can just switch off the mic. It's 1 minute past after your time. Do you have the presentation of the SRC here? Thank you. Yeah, please open it, and then the leadership of the SRC will present from where they are seated. I was a bit worried earlier about their mic. I think it was a bit low. We will try and control it from here, but if you can't win, we'll then need them to sit somewhere. If you can present it. But in the meantime, I don't know, as your president who's going to lead the presentation, you can start now with the presentation if you have opening remarks whilst the acting principal is opening your presentation. He did indicate that there were issues that you had raised about GBV, which they could not, they did not know. So maybe you'll also clarify those issues. SRC, you are protected. No? The leadership of the institution must not scare you. You must speak, must represent students. They are elected by students. And if you live here and they are targeting you, you must let us know. I'm saying it in front of them so that I allow you to represent students. Don't be afraid to represent your own constituents at that institution. You can go ahead, whether President or SG. Press the mic, and I want to check if the sound is good there.
SRC presentation to the Portfolio Committee.
You don't know this one? The one on the... Okay. So this one is the one that is done by management. And not by students. Yeah. Now continue with the one that you have. And then when you are done, you'll send it to us. We'll be lenient to you guys, and you'll send us the one that you have there. SV.
Should I proceed, Chair? This one. Thank you. Preamble. Ingwe TVET College has 10 central SRC members consist of the following portfolios listed below. Due to time, I won't go through them. How is the SRC elected? The SRC is elected in March yearly. There is an approved SRC constitution that is used for elections. Independent Electoral Body, IEB, is appointed to conduct fair and democratic election on campus level. Campus SRC members meet in a central venue to elect central SRC that form part in the college governance structure. How are registrations done? College applications are done online. In most cases, those students who have applied online and put on the waiting list are not considered when the space is available. Instead, walk-ins are being considered. Unsuccessful applicants are not notified. That is why they end up being walk-ins. Unreliable network used for registrations delays the process as the internet is always down during registration, especially in the afternoon, and that delays class commencement. Unavailability of space for new students caused by returning students who failed their previous programs and decide to change to new programs. Academic challenges. All students are received stationery on time. Nonetheless, there is shortage of textbooks in all campuses. Students share textbooks, that is 4 to 5 students share one book, and sometimes textbooks have missed pages. New programs are introduced without resources, that is lecturers, PPEs, teacher learning systems, TLSM, and lecturing spaces, e.g. lecture halls, simulation rooms, computer labs, and consumables. Robotics lecturers are not available. Delayed certifications delaying students, disadvantaging students who want to seek employment. Supplementary marks do not change, and that may give an impression that there are no marking took place. Work integrated learning. College does provide alpha students with work-based experience despite shortage of host employers. Also, the college does place students for work integrated learning. However, there are students whose contracts are continuously renewed. This becomes unfair to those students who still need spaces for replacement. Infrastructure. Lack of accessible permanent lecture halls. The college has a lot of temporary structures who have been there for more than 5 years. These structures are not accessible for students who live with disabilities. Only one campus is fully accessible to students with disabilities. No plans for permanent structures have been communicated with the SRC. Lack of lecture halls affects student attendance negatively as class attendance becomes a matter of survival of the fittest or first come first serve among lecturers. Shortage of chairs and desks. The college has computer labs, but they need maintenance. The college does have Wi-Fi, but it is limited to certain areas that support administration and not accessible to the whole campus for student accessibility, including the hostel. Workshop equipment is outdated. Robotics program do not have workshops. Financial aid. Error regards with the registration data submitted to NSFAS results in students being unfunded. There is a lack of transparency from bursary offices with regards to student information that is sent to NSFAS. Students whose status is a registration received from February have not been paid by NSFAS up to date. The students who have their statuses as rejected, after students appealed, the status is changed to closed, of which we don't know the closed means. We appreciate the outstanding payment of 2024 NSFAS beneficiaries that were proceed and paid on the 3rd of June 2025, although it has inconvenienced the students. 2024 trimester 3 hotel dwellers did not receive their personal allowance up to date. Recommendations. During registration, separation of registration lines are recommended for returning students to overcome influx, as therefore those students with a clean pass should be served separately from those who are repeating subjects. Rejected students should also be notified to avoid them traveling to the campus. Students on waiting list to be considered first when there is space instead of walk-ins. College to provide resources for both new and old programs at the beginning of the year. College to assist in correcting errors of data submitted to NSFAS by the college to NSFAS. DHET to ensure that results are released on time before students are registered. Ensure certificates are issued with set deadlines. Wi-Fi to be accessible to the whole college, including the hostel. Continuation of the recommendations. The college should plan towards having sport facilities and permanent accessible structures. College to put in place system that will ensure the lecturers attend classes. Mounted furniture is preferred to prevent theft. The college to ensure that students receive learning materials before class commences. Repair and maintenance of ablutions, labs and lights. Student cards to be provided for each and every registered student in every academic cycle to avoid imposters. Purified water to be available to all students for drinking. Hygiene and cleanliness to be maintained in all campuses. Established a task team between students and management to follow up monthly on progress. In closing, we are not asking for favors, just for fair access to education, dignity and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to the labor, and also you do have 15 minutes. You can go on, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Organized labor, in coordination with its constituencies, led a data collection process within our institution. During this effort, we noticed that Mount Fletcher campus and the HR unit disproportionately shaped the outcome, potentially overshadowing other areas. To address this imbalance, we aimed to ensure fair representation and invite this committee to review the roles of these two units, as senior management appears to have no interest. Chairperson, the absence of a permanent college principal has led to systematic instability, together with the absence of the permanent campus manager at Siteto campus. Staff report the need for a stable leadership figure to coordinate resources, infrastructure upgrades, and staff development. Contract and part-time staff, particularly at Ngqongqoshe campus, experienced delayed inconsistent payment, which has created financial distress. Campuses like Maluti report a complete lack of working tools, no laptops, no desktop, making it impossible to perform academic and administrative duties. Campus HR offices have become symbolic of administrative paralysis. Staff routinely report being passed from office to office with no resolution of basic employment issues. HR services remain ineffective across campuses with no standard response time and accountability measures. Salary notch correction remain overdue. with many staff on incorrect pay scale, leading to unresolved pay disparities. I cite the ERC case arbitration award, which is still not done. Chairperson, professional experience is inconsistently recognized in salary reviews. Exit procedures for retiring staff are vague, with no clear communication on debt clearance or benefit retrieval, further eroding trust in the institution processes. There is a member, Chairperson, who has resigned 3 months ago and there was no pension payout. We don't know what is happening. It's been 3 months without income. Staff at all campuses report a chronic lack of communication from college leadership regarding strategic plans, infrastructure development, and staffing changes. Formal communication structures are absent. Staff largely rely on informal WhatsApp messages, which are unreliable and inaccessible to some. Junior and part-time staff are routinely excluded from important updates and lack channels for feedback or participation. Asset disposal policy and processes in the college is unclear, as we are asking ourselves, where are the old laptops taken from us go? The same goes with the recently renovated fans, where the replaced one can be seen in certain people's houses. Chairperson, the union in the college is marginalized. College leadership marginalizes union participation. Unions is sidelined in institutional decision-making. Conflict resolution mechanisms are either non-existent or informal, often relying on verbal agreements or being ignored entirely. This not only perpetuates unresolved grievances, but fosters an environment of uncertainty and retaliation. Challenges by workers at the college. Exclusion of staff from institutional decision-making is a challenge in this college. The top-down management style, information vacuum, it is unjust to have MOUs with sitters with limited time frame that are unexpected. College have to sign commitments without making proper consideration due to time constraint. Maybe I'm not putting it clearly, Chairperson, this line. The sitters, what happens is that when they come into campuses to offer learnerships, they come with a limited time, and we have to take students who are already registered and being funded by NSFAS to attend both the ministerial course plus the learnership, causing havoc, Chairperson. The assessment and academic integrity failures is another challenge. Internal common assessments has not been implemented for over a decade. This gap compromises consistency, standardization, and benchmarking across all programs in the college. Allegation persists that the institution manipulates provincial moderation outcomes and internal council report to obscure underperformance. These practices seriously erode the academic integrity and credibility of qualifications issued by the college, with long-term reputational risk. Nepotism and absence of a strategic recruitment plan is another challenge. Recruitment continues in the absence of a strategic workforce plan, resulting in mismatches between staffing and institutional needs. Appointments are reportedly influenced by personal relationship, favoring friends and relative overqualified candidates. This fuels resentment and compromises operational effectiveness. There are unclear standardized hiring protocol and external checks to ensure equity and merit-based selection. The diversion of college funds to non-academic expenditure is a recurring concern. The frequent convening of college structural meetings in luxury accommodation has sparked concern. Inadequate classrooms, workshops, and laboratories reflect a misalignment between the institution's spending priorities and its core educational mandate. No air conditions in classroom. The choices have a direct impact on teaching quality, student safety, the ability to deliver technical and vocational content effectively. Staff development programs are virtually non-existent, leaving staff unprepared for evolving educational demands, such as digital delivery or curriculum update. I cite the newly introduced robotics programs in NCV. The college was clearly not ready to offer this program. However, the department said they must offer it. Until now, it's June. There are no textbooks for the program, and yet the teachers are expected to progress those learners to the next level next year. Subject allocation is often non-transparent and inequitable, resulting in staff overload and duplication of effort. Campuses face severe technological neglect, non-functional computer labs, absent of internet connectivity, broken or outdated devices for lecturers and support staff. Electricity outages are also experienced and are the challenges. At other campuses, prefabricated classrooms are structurally unsound, weak leaking roofs, open holes, overgrown vegetation that attract snakes and pets. Access paths are muddy and unsafe, non-functional toilets and water shortages, delays in procurement. The recommendation are that, Chairperson, the college should revive the HR unit by filling all vacant positions that are required, address the matter of employees who have resigned or retired, address the issue of qualification improvement, appoint the permanent college principal and Seteto campus manager, create campus-based leadership structure, engage the union as a strategic partner, improve internal communication and transparency, establish a fair and transparent dispute resolution system, restore academic integrity and internal quality assurance, reform recruitment and staffing practices, prioritize infrastructure development and campus safety, strengthen technological capacity and resource access, build a comprehensive employee development plan. In conclusion, Anne McCauley, former CEO of Xerox, offers this insight. Open quote, employees who believe that management is concerned about them as a whole person, not just an employee, are more productive, more satisfied, more fulfilled. Satisfied employees mean satisfied customers, which leads to profitability, close quote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, workers, students as well. Yeah, I'm saying as well, thanking them as well. Members, those are the presentations. How many are we? Okay. So we'll start with this ones who must go to the these young ones who must go to these young ones. Yeah. Msazane will be number 1, Honorable. Honorable Khakao will be number 2. Honorable Zondo will be number 3. Honorable Khabo, you'll be number 4. Van der Walt, Honorable, you'll be number 5. Ngubane, Honorable, will be number 6. Souls, number 7, Honorable. Maseko, Honorable Low, and let's see, I will be last. So, I don't mind starting, but no. They're still in cabinet. I could not get her on the phone. I went outside there to try and get her so that by the time we engage, we have an indication. So we'll have 9 minutes, members, each. We lost a lot of time to the drill. I think whatever Ingwe wanted, Ingwe is getting. Honorable Msezana, your 9 minutes starts now.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Siyabonga ku-Ingwe for the presentation, the students and labor. I'll try to be very precise, and I also hope that I'll get precise responses. But maybe before I start my questions, I would really want to first understand the responsibility of the Deputy Vice Principal of Innovation, I believe, and Investment. What is the role of that particular office? And can the Deputy Vice Principal also share the innovative or innovation strategy and its impact, perhaps just to highlight its impact on the lives of the students socially and the educational aspects of students? Deputy Vice Chancellor,
Deputy Principal.
Principal, I mean, you,
Of
Deputy Principal
Innovations.
of Innovation and Investment. Just briefly, please.
The innovation and investment, it's we call it, we used to call it donor committee. It is a committee that helps us to get donations, that helps us to get funding for the institution, to rake funding outside of the institution. It is a committee. I am the principal, the deputy principal, a partnership and innovation development. So this is the committee to assist us to rake some funding into the institution.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Vice Principal. Apologies, we used to interacting with universities. Thank you very much, Deputy Vice Principal. Chairperson of Council and Acting Principal, I'm confused. Maybe it's my little understanding of English, of what is the meaning of innovation. And it's separate from investment and donation. So maybe if you could just come in there to assist the Deputy Principal, because that response is not sitting well with me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The background to this post briefly is that previously colleges had a deputy principal registration services. So during the finalization of the structure, colleges had to choose between continuing with registration or putting innovation as one of the deputy principals. So Ingwe has chosen innovation. The idea with innovation is that colleges must not continue business as usual, offering programs which are redundant and not being responsive and relevant, to the needs of communities and industry. So one of the key areas is to bring partnerships, generate partnerships that will seek to assist with opportunities for growth and development. So as Mem was saying, these partnerships will enable the college to look into areas of funding. For instance, the Kucha development partnerships is also a product of this particular unit. We have received a lot of funding if you look at our presentation in relation to this specific project. So this is why we said one of the subcommittees that is not prescribed in terms of the CET Act, the innovation subcommittee has been established to try and bring new ideas and new ways.
No, thank you very much, Acting Principal. You see, I would have expected that a person heading that particular department would be able to unpack what you are saying, but further to respond to my question to say, what becomes then the strategy of innovation and investment? I understand the background, but what is the strategy and what is its impact in the the innovation part of it, what is its impact on the social lives and the educational lives of the students, particularly because you said that most of your students are coming from rural areas. So would want to understand then what is its impact to that degree. In fact, I also would want to find out from the chairperson of council, what are the requirements needed for a person to head that particular office as the acting as the deputy principal. But I think the deputy principal can now take me through the strategy, the impact of that particular strategy as it relates to the social and educational aspect of the student's life in the college.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The strategy to the social, if I limit it to what you have inquired, is on the social educational life of a student, is that we want to innovate. We want to bring the best out of the students by putting innovations such as technical, technological, and also to impact on the social life of the rural communities of these students from all other stakeholders, especially on their learning, on their social life, like we said, and lastly, on their placement, so that they don't struggle with placement immediately after getting their qualification, which is an N6 certificate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Principal. Can I get the strategy? Maybe if it can be sent to us, because I'm not gathering the strategy. I get the wishes of the acting or the principal, the principal of innovation, deputy principal. But I would like to get the strategy and its impact in maybe in submission to the committee secretariat. If you could please, chairperson of council, just unpack briefly the requirements of a person that should occupy such an office. It's a very important office. And perhaps, I think in writing, because there's no time, can we also get how much has been how do I put this? How much has been achieved? Yeah, thank you very much. Achieved by the particular office in terms of investment, and obviously you've included the partnerships that you have so far gathered in the process. If that can also be submitted in writing, but I would want to gather the requirements, and maybe just also to add, how long has the deputy principal been occupying that particular office of innovation and investment?
Thanks, Honourable Member. Well, I may not speak with authority in terms of requirements because their level of delegation, they are appointed by the department. So the department has a standardized requirements for deputy principals. So at my fingertips, I cannot say perhaps there is a requirement of a master's degree in this. So we can perhaps submit one of the standardized advert by the department when we make submissions of the strategy, so that I don't mislead the honourable members. But on the idea on the impact, one, we've been given mandates by this administration, which are largely not funded. So it needs colleges now to be creative in terms of how they respond to achieve those targets. For instance, increasing access to TVET programs. With our limited infrastructure now, we need to be creative in terms of how do we get funds to increase our infrastructure development so that we meet the target of ensuring that there would be increased enrollment. That is the impact that the student would have. And also with the moving times, we want to increase our occupational programs. And this is strategically because SETAs have fund money that are specifically funding for occupational programs. Therefore, we want to target the SETA fundings to ensure that we get funded for these occupational programs. That will also...
Can I just cut you, Chair? I think that the chairperson is cutting my time. Thank you for your response. I'll just ask one question, Chair, through you, which is very important. Acting this thing of acting, there are a lot of acting people in the TVET sector. A deputy principal academic and acting principal. Would you agree that the main purpose of the college is teaching and learning? Do we agree? Okay. The past 3 academic years, I was looking at your enrolled students per course and the number of students that wrote and the difference there too. So I'll only focus on 2024 because it's almost the same across all 3 years. For 2024, at NCV or NC, I think it's NCV, your enrollment was 14,246. The number of students that wrote were 13,236. That's a difference of at least 750.
That close up the extra minute is done.
Yeah. And then for engineering, the difference again in terms of enrollment and those that wrote are 453. The next one, which is business studies, the difference is 520. And those are the ones. And then when you're looking at the dropouts, the only dropouts that you had for that particular academic year is 60 for NCV, 46 for business studies, and 20 for PLP. So, and engineering 12. So the excuse cannot be dropouts. But there is a big chunk of students that did not write the examinations. So could you please take us to confidence the reasons why there is a big number of students that don't write exams and what is being done by the college to ensure that this doesn't happen, because it's been happening for the past 3 years. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The numbers that you are referring to are actually subject counts. They are not head counts. But that being the case, there are 2 issues that prevent students from writing examinations. One of them is 80% attendance, which is compulsory. So if a student is not attending as required, they will be excluded from writing a subject. The second one, all the subjects have got sub-minimums to allow them into the examination. So if a student, for example, in NCV, vocational subject, they do not meet an ICAS or a year mark of 50%, they will not be allowed to write the subject. It's a policy of the department. So what we are doing in terms of academics, we are working on a student retention strategy as well as the college improvement plan. It's what we've been doing from Monday because I'm only 12 days into the college. So, but I am assisting the academic unit to develop a proper strategy that can assist in terms of assisting students not to drop out and also to progress. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Khakha.
Deputy Principal's Investment and Innovation, just quickly follow up. How long, when were you appointed? Please switch on the mic.
Yes.
Please switch on the mic.
I was appointed in 2005, but as
Okay, but for this particular stuff,
no,
I don't want the whole history. I want for the position you're currently holding.
2023.
2023. So you've been 2 years into the job.
Yes.
How much money have you fundraised towards internet connectivity within the labs?
Connectivity. Unless we can put the analysis up so that I can then talk
What do you mean analysis? I guess you should know. Do you have any partnership that in your job in the last 2 weeks that you have formed with any private sector or any company to ensure that there's connectivity on campus to improve internet access? Yes or no?
No.
You haven't. So have you done any sort engagements with computers for computer accesses?
Yes.
Okay, how many computers were you able to get in the last 2 years?
Into the institution.
I mean, surely not in your house, Mama.
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
Yeah.
How many textbooks partnerships were you able to get in the last 2 years for the institution?
No, we haven't. We brought money into the institution.
Yes. How much money were you able to get for
Plus
the institution?
minus 2 million.
Plus minus 2 million.
Yes.
Who's the CFO of the institution?
Next to me.
CFO, 2 million that Mayor was able to gather from partnerships for textbooks. How many textbooks were you able to get to pay for from that 2 million? While you search, I'll move on to the next question. So I'm giving you time, 2 minutes, because I have 6 minutes left to give me that response so that I can follow up. Deputy Principal, the reason why I'm asking you the questions I'm asking you is because I know for a fact that in a computer lab, if you set up a router, one router, you can go to Telkom, and the fastest operating modem, per month you spend less than 1,000 rands. So the fact that in 2 years you did nothing as far as improving technological access for labs, for me, that doesn't make sense, particularly when you yourself, in response to Honorable Msezana's question, you said that your primary focus is to ensure that there is an enhancement of social life and technological access for young people. So if that is at the heart of your focus, then the very bare minimum, 1,000 rand per month, you should have been able to get that right. The bare minimum, you should have been able to make sure that you have computer access for rural kids that you say are your #1 priority. For me, I don't understand how you've been there for 2 years, but in 2 years, you haven't been able to deliver on simple network. Simple, and I know for a fact that Vodacom, MTN, and Telkom are very excited to deliver and help as they're doing with the Department of Basic Education. So that is something that you should have been able to do. So for me, the fact that you haven't done that tells me and South Africa that either you have zero capacity to be doing what you're doing, or you simply do not know what you are doing, or number 3, humanad, ujajem, and you're not worried. So, and I'm not asking for your response, I'm just telling you that's a comment. Moving on, Memanyala, you were first, before the position that you occupy right now, am I correct? You are a manager in the principal's office. Before that, you were the campus manager of Siteto, is that correct?
Yes.
Please switch on your mic.
Is
it on?
It is on.
Okay, thank you. So you were, why did you leave?
Okay, briefly, let me say it was after, it was during
Mama.
opening.
1 minute, please, time.
I was assaulted by the community due to a tender that was issued by the college. Then I was assaulted by the community members.
Okay, the reason I'm asking you, thank you for sticking to your script, because the community members that you are claiming that assaulted you are refusing, they're saying it is not true. But I'm not the police to say who's telling the truth. What I'm trying to ascertain, did you receive a salary scale difference when you moved from being Siteto's campus manager to being a manager in the office of the principal?
No.
So your salary is still the same?
Yes.
CFO, the salary scale of a campus manager versus a manager in the office of the principal, do they earn the same across board?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. Currently, the manager in the office of the principal is on the assistant director level. So the campus manager notch is actually above the salary notch.
So why hasn't her salary changed?
Okay, thank you. I think this one was an employer-initiated transfer, so the conditions were maintained. It was not an employee-initiated one.
Okay, so if the employer initiates the transfer because there's a justification to keep the salary as it is, even though you are employed at a level that is different from the level you were previously occupying. Is that your justification?
Honorable Khafal, the employer is the department.
Yes.
The department is here.
Yes.
Let them answer. I don't think it's fair that the CFO, who has absolutely nothing to do with the transfers. So the department is the one that transferred the person and they're here. They must answer that. I don't think we're being fair to the CFO, who does not handle HR-related issues, to ask him this question.
I was getting the chairperson, but thank you for...
Yeah, but let's not ask them unfair questions. I mean, the CFO has got absolutely nothing to do with this.
So,
No, he does not pay, Honorable Khafal.
I was getting there. So, acting DG, what is the motivation for keeping the salary as is without any changes?
Well, thanks very much, Honorable Khawkhaw. I were to ask, maybe I'm not sure, my several apologies, Honorable Chairperson. If maybe DDG Zungu, I know we do not have a corporate service of the department with us, unfortunately. I'm not sure whether DDG Zungu can assist to an extent.
What? It's Katiba. Answer the question.
I was not given the permission to speak, Chair. He was asking if I could. Yes. At this point in time, Chair, I cannot answer. I think we would have to provide a written response to this matter that will provide the background of the case and what happened and why the salary was not adjusted. So DDG Corporate Services is not part of this engagement. So we will provide a written response to that, Chair.
I think it's important that that happens, and also because there's a precedent here that you are setting, that for me, you can't be crying as a TVET sector saying you do not have money to fill vacancies or you don't have money for textbooks, yet you are happy to compensate people even though they move from different positions. I mean, in South Africa, our land, I don't imagine that everybody who feels unsafe in their workspace gets to enjoy the freedom of hopping to another position of work, even though it's of a lower salary scale, and they receive the same benefits, performing a job that is of a lesser demand than what the shift was. So for me, that is completely unacceptable. It doesn't make sense, but please put that in writing. NSFAS, the SRC is crying again, and this is not a new story. SRC has a serious problem with the fact that a registration was received, they received registration, received data, but then at the end of the day, there was nothing as far as their closed response for their submissions. So I know members are going to ask about this. So in consolidation of your responses, please can I ask SRC that the SRC furnishes NSFAS with the list of students that are affected, so that we know how many of them there are, their IDs accordingly, give them to NSFAS so that NSFAS can resolve that for you. Just quickly, because whatever response they're going to give us now is not going to solve the problem immediately, so that we can fast track. The last one, finally, Chairperson, is on the certification rate, Principal. The certification rate that you indicated as an institution, for me, a certification rate is supposed to be at 100%. And if the certification rate is not at 100%, it means there are students out there who have completed their studies but have their certificates still lagging behind. Your slides indicate here that I'm trying to find the slide, but your slides indicate here that in some instances you have a certification rate of about 31%. Is it 31 post completion or 31 as it goes? For NCV, for example, 26% for engineering, 30% for business studies. And then make it make sense why then there's a difference between NCV, engineering, business studies at 26, 31, and 30%, but you are able to record a 91% on PLP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The PLP program is a bridging program. It's an access program towards our ministerial programs at other levels, probably precisely NCV level 2. So it's internally managed, not that it must be easy because it's internally assessed and managed, but it's a bridging program. So it's within the control of the college. The certification rates that you are seeing, they speaks to the number of students who completed 4 out of 4 or 7 out of 7 subjects in one sitting. So if a student fails a subject, it will not translate to 100% for the entire cohort. So it means if I'm doing NCV level 2 and I write 7 subjects, if I fail one subject, I will not be counted on the certification rate. Thank you.
Please may I request in future that when you compile your data, make it, assume the person who's going to read it doesn't sit in your office and knows automatically what you mean. Because as you read it automatically, it gives the impression, so make it 2. So 31 as far as completion versus writing, and then what you just explained right now. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Zondo, switch off the mic.
Thanks, Chair.
Firstly, I will start by NSFAS. I think we got a lot of pride beside the one that we are getting here about the registration received and some other students are getting half of their allocations, some other allowances are not getting in. And I've even communicated with the chairperson about the list, the endless list from different universities and TVET colleges about this crime. Can you brief us what is going on?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. So, as far as registration is received is concerned, when reg is received, it is then validated to see that the student indeed does qualify according to the presets of the policy, the funding policy. So yes, a student might see on their portal that reg is received, but if, for example, that record fails N+1, the amounts that are claimed for are above the caps, etc., then it does not proceed to payment. So where things like it's above the cap, for example, what was claimed by the institutions, those are matters that can be fixed, and they do get fixed between the institution and NSFAS through what we call an adjustment process that gets opened so that institutions can fix issues with their reg. But if, for example, a student is failing N+1, that student does not qualify for funding. The only shortcoming that I can say there is the fact that when that reg fails validation, and it's something like the N+1, currently the NSFAS system does not then close the loop on the portal of the student to say, actually, you don't qualify or you no longer qualify because you've exceeded N+1. So that is an enhancement that obviously needs to be done on the side of the system, on the NSFAS side. But it's usually due to matters that are linked to the policy where the reg doesn't qualify, or what the SRC was touching on where reg is loaded incorrectly. For example, a student is meant to be loaded for accommodation, but the reg comes saying transport. So all of that gets fixed through the adjustment process. Currently for 2025, the adjustment process has been open for 3 weeks. This is the 3rd week where institutions are given the chance to do the corrections on their reg where students do qualify. Obviously, if it's N+1, there's no corrections to be done. The only limitation that we have as NSFAS for 2025 is that we only allowed for top downs. So, for example, if you had overclaimed on tuition or whatever, and that is why the reg failed, but if you had underclaimed or you need to move a student from transport to accommodation, we currently don't have the budget facility to allow for those top ups, but we did ask institution to submit their envisaged amounts, and we made a submission which I believe our CEO was going to or has taken to the minister to say, if we allow for corrections on reg that have to do with top-ups, it means an additional of about 40 million in the TVET sector. Can we then have money available for that? So that is the limitation currently, and why, if students then there's a top-up to be done in terms of their reg adjustment process, it hasn't been done. Thank you, Honourable Member.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we'll further engage with the NSFAS in these matters, because I think we need to get a way forward even on that gap that on the system, so that we will make sure that students are updated on their matters, because to wait with no feedback, it's causing a lot of problem, inconvenience even on their studies. Let's go forward. There's a concern from students to say that there are those students who have privilege to be renewed their contract when they are in the working integrated learning
you know, and why so? Why there are students who will overlap? Because the aim to get that exposure and experience is to complete your qualification. Then why do you keep on renewing their contract in their working environment? Because there are those who are still waiting for that opportunity. Is it fair? Why it's happening, if it's happening?
Chair, may I humbly request that we investigate incidents where it has happened with specific details and then we provide a written response. Because otherwise we'll be clutching at straws if we respond with information not being brought to our attention. I'm not aware of it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the problem starts when we are having two reports from SRC. Because if you got the report from SRC, the correct one that they presented to us, you should have picked up this and you come here prepared to answer. But we don't know who was responsible for giving you the SRC report, which is not correct. Because now it's backfiring on us. When you are inquiring things, you are not prepared to answer. But we need answers from that because it touches their life and it causes inconvenience to other students in their progress. Let me go forward. The campus manager in the Ted Chok campus, would find my state of campus. How long has the position been vacant?
Chair, let me request the DP for Corporate Services to respond.
Good day, Chairperson and honorable members. The post at this present moment is not vacant in terms of the HR practices because the incumbent, which is Ms. Manyara, is still occupying the position. So that position is not vacant at the campus as we speak. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. The organized labor is talking about the delay and inconstant payment of the contracts and the part-time staff. Do you have a knowledge of that? I don't know. You know who's responsible for that.
Okay.
And make sure that you don't eat my time.
Okay, quickly, thank you, Chair. And honorable member, yes, there is a possibility that sometimes part-time payments are delayed, but the process does not start at the central office. It starts with the campus compiling the documentation, and it gets to the central office through the academic services unit so that they verify the claims and the attachment of the attendance register for students. So at some time they would get delayed from those units.
But okay, you are saying the problem doesn't start with you. Then the question is, now you know there's a problem with the delay. Why you're not sorting it out? Because there's someone who's suffering the consequences of that delay, you know, and why it's gonna keep on happening. Because once there's a cry, that means it not happened once. And if you know where is the problem, why are you not facilitating to sort out that problem?
Definitely, through you, Chair, we are going to improve our processes in terms of integrating and efficiency on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Last question, Chair. The 8 years report, there is a regression there from clean audit to unqualified audit opinion. Then what are the consequence management on the people who are responsible for that? Because coming from clean audit to unqualified is not a bad audit. But when you are coming from clean audit to unqualified, then it's a bad audit. Then someone must be responsible. Who caused that and what are the measures that have been taken against those people? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, through you, Chair, Honorable Member. I think the main cause for regression was the absence of the governance structures. Yes, as the management, we put up a plan that we followed through, but the fact that we didn't have the Audit and Risk Committee, we didn't have council at the time, I think contributed to our review processes. As such, the quality of the annual financial statements that we produced was substandard in a way. And that resulted in us making material adjustments. I think I can just put it like that, Chair. Sorry, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by apologizing for being late to this meeting. My name is Khawlatle. The surname has not yet changed. It's still Khabo. And I'm also a member of this committee. Let me go straight to, let me start with the CFO. CFO, for how long have you been a CFO of that TVET college?
Since June 2019. Oh, sorry about that. Since June 2019, Honorable Member.
Okay. Thank you very much. The regrets that the Honorable Member has just spoken about, did you have a post-audit action plan for those issues that were identified by the AG?
That's correct, Member.
Okay. I hope, can you share it with us?
Okay.
Please share it with us now. But second to that, what were the 3 critical issues that the Auditor General has identified, especially in line with your failures of internal controls?
Okay, thank you. In the main, we had some issues with our IT environment. That was number one. Then another issue was on the review processes that we actually undertaken. As I indicated, we didn't have other layers that would normally assist in identifying issues that management could not pick up. So that was also the issue. Lastly was on the issue of the also an area where we had some issues. Hence now we were forced because some of the issues were factual in terms of the thing.
I'm going to plead with you not to play with words. When I say what are the 3 critical issues that the AG has identified, when you say that the IT environment, you are not clear as to what is the IT environment. What are those issues that, second to that, you'd speak of reviewal processes. What are you saying there? While you are referring to those questions that I've asked you, do you have an audit and risk committee now, as things stands? And when was it appointed?
Yes, we do have it now. Some of the members were appointed in October last year. Then the chairperson was appointed this year in January.
That is for internal audit or for risk?
For audit and risk committee. We do have...
Can you separate them? Because I believe they are not same committee.
In our case, we have an audit and risk committee, which is the reporting to the council. We also have our internal management committee because the risk function is the responsibility of the management. So we do have the management risk committee.
No, thank you very much. Can you, in summary, prepare those 3 critical things? Don't speak of processes and environment that do not make sense. Because we want to understand. You know, you'd have a post-audit action plan, but it might not necessarily be relevant to issues that the Auditor General is speaking of. So that's why I wanted you to give me that clarity.
Okay.
Maybe without necessarily moving, let me just jump to the DVC of Innovation and I just forgot your charming. Yes. You said you've got an innovation strategy. Let alone the fact that the Honorable Minister could not allow you to present it. You said but if I heard you said that it includes the placement of students, that strategy.
Yes.
Can you speak to the mic, ma?
The strategy for the placement of students must have a positive impact in that we have now, as an institution, I look into the strategy, we have now given beneficiaries of placement, about 80% of our students have been placed and they have successfully acquired their diploma. And we have also absorbed some of the students from the very placement that we did, even though it was outside or inside the institution or industry.
No, thank you very much, ma. While we are still there, you said that you have managed to achieve a placement of students. Can you probably tell us in which areas, specifically or stream, maybe just 3 that you have dealt placement with? And if you can probably confirm to me that, are you saying that in all of your campuses for the past 2 academic years, there's no student that can claim that he or she is sitting at home without placement, as a result, he or she could not complete his or her diploma?
One is the business studies.
Okay.
Another one is the artisanal development, where students were doing engineering and then they qualified. Others were doing electrical, others were doing marketing. All of them had their chance to be placed and acquired a diploma.
So there's no student out of your records, there's no student, all of these students that you have produced in the past 2 academic years, all of them, they are placed?
They were placed and they have achieved their diplomas, and some are absorbed into our institutions. Some were also even placed internationally in China.
Not a problem, not a problem. Can you give us that report of where and the number specifically per stream? And I just hope and believe that the number that you are speaking of will be aligned to your total number of students that you have produced at that particular year. Because if you have produced 200, let's say 200 students, the number of placements, all of it, when we combine them, it must speak to that 200, in line with those different streams. We are speaking of innovation strategy, and I'm worried that students are raising a frustration of lack of constant Wi-Fi connection, and I think Honorable Kau has dealt with that issue. I would want to check with you in terms of your, the world is changing in terms of technological development. In your innovation strategy, what are your key 3 main technological advancement programs that you are currently pursuing that are aligned to the economic development growth of Eastern Cape?
Come again, Honorable Member. Just one sentence.
All right, but don't worry, there is a doctor in front of you who will summarize other things. You say your innovation strategy, the world is developing now. We are on the 4th industrial revolution, even though in South Africa we are still far. In terms of your innovation strategy, what are the 3 critical technological advancement program? Let alone your robotics. Everybody, your robotics, you don't have the necessary support material. That one I'll enter into it. I want to speak to your strategy. What are the 3 main programs that speaks to advancing technology? And those 3 programs that must be aligned to the economic growth path of the Eastern Cape. I think our intention is to develop skills that are relevant in terms of advancing the economy of the province, not only the province, including where the institution is situated. Tell me in terms of your strategy. Don't include robotics, because robotics already there is a question mark. Give me 3 programs that your strategy is speaking of.
Ocean economy.
Ocean economy.
Yes.
what's happening with ocean economy. Talk to me, take me into confidence.
No.
I am literally, my knowledge is limited in terms of academic space. So talk to me as a person who knows nothing. Chairperson, I'm just summarizing. I just want to get the clarity of strategy because I'm worried about the state of our TVET colleges that must respond to the relevant strategies. If departments of TVET colleges are unable to present a strategy that speaks to what we want to achieve, then it means that our problems are not only in the finances, but are equally aligned to the type of skill that we are developing. That's why we've got students sitting at home claiming that they are not getting an opportunity to be employed because we are providing them with irrelevant strategies. Talk to me with those three strategies. You spoke of ocean economy. Tell me what is that thing of ocean economy? The three things, but briefly just taking me into confidence. And don't forget to share the strategy, ma. Chairman, I'm in the process of talking here. I think I'm stuttering. These people, since morning, I'm feeling disorganized, man. Babui, man, and Tatezungu. I know, man. I'm sure you got my question. Chairperson, I just wanted to raise that discomfort ever since I got into this meeting room. I'm sweating, I'm feeling disorganized. I've even pleaded for the intervention of Honorable Cow there in terms of them doing so by the floor. But I'm waiting for my response. Can you speak to those three?
One is ocean economy, where we're talking about maritime courses.
Yes, ocean economy, yes?
Yes, maritime. Those are maritime.
Yes. Ocean economy number one is fine. Let's go. I'm trying to manage the time of the chair.
All right, Ndate. Another one is cyber security, where we're trying to upgrade our students' ability to look into the internet.
The third one?
And Wi-Fi and everything. And then the third one is Internet of Things.
Students are claiming that the labs where all of those strategies, all of those programs are supposed to be being taught, the labs are not in good condition. There is that claim from the student.
Yeah.
I think in summary, Chair, I'll just submit my things in writing. Can I just check the qualification of the not the CFO, the Deputy Principal? I'm just not sure of your terminology.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khaba. Please close the mic. What is that? Is that the point of order?
No, Chair, before we move, we go out, I wanted to make a request because we're leaving.
Okay.
It's a short request, Chair.
What is that? You are leaving at 12:30?
No, the meeting's at 12:30, Chair. We must be in the office and ready, prepared.
Okay.
Yes.
What is
Chairperson, I want to request that NSFAS, the Deputy Principal Academic provides the committee with a report of the students that were only paid by the 3rd of June by NSFAS from 2024 academic year. Just the report of those students academically so that we study the impact that outstanding payments had on the academic aspect of the lives of the students. So that report to the committee, please. All those students.
You should have sent that in writing to the chair. I was going to ask the CFO, because that's the CFO who will know who has NSFAS paid to. You also have
There's a response that was left behind, Chair. Sorry, that I didn't during my time. It wasn't answered. So please, can I get it before I leave? The 1 year, how many textbooks did we get out of 2 million? The CFO was checking.
Yeah, you see, when we have time, that's not when the time rings. I'm supposed to cut you. Then you ask 10 questions. I'm saying to you, I'm giving you 1 minute to wrap up. You ask 10 questions. But that question, 10 questions and answers, they take 8 minutes. So instead of having 9 minutes, so that all of us can have our time, because we also have a fiscal framework that we must attend to on time today. And then you guys are leaving. Other members want to have their time to ask these people. They will send it to us in writing because it's 5 to 12. By 1, we will be out. We will be out of here. Honorable van der Walt.
Thank you, Chiefperson. So Honorable Gau is now going, according to Honorable Gau.
Let's give them 2 minutes.
Can we please move faster? Young people. Yes, Honorable van der Walt.
I just on a lighter,
You are interrupting us. Can you leave in peace?
just on a lighter note, I thought we could take Honorable Gabu for a shark dive. He would maybe understand a bit more about it. Chairperson, let's go back to business. Let me start off by something, ma'am, that you mentioned, and that is about, the engineering and critical skills that we desperately need in our country for the young people. But if workshops are outdated, and we've seen it in vocational schools and basic education, there's no ways that we're doing a good job. Because people actually will get substandard qualifications, so to speak, as well as substandard jobs. And a job can be a job, but it's not up to scratch. And that makes our unemployment stats go even higher, because not a single young person, and there is some students there, would like to enroll in a course, but they don't have proper equipment and workshops are outdated. Because, things move on in life. It doesn't stay stale. What's your comment on that? Because surely it also plays a major role on other things as well. I can even take down, like, your pass rate is still 81%. It's down. But all these negative things that doesn't go well with a student who enroll for specific things make your dropout will go higher, though it didn't in this case, but it can. Your pass rate will get lower. So what are you going to do to make sure that we have workshops that are actually up to scratch? That's the first question, quickly.
ADA has given us some funding, and in that funding, they had done some workshops and they upgraded them. But now they have then came back to, actually it's the department that forced them to come back to the infrastructure development there. And they have given us 56 million to finish up those workshops, even though this is not enough for everything to be in place in the workshops.
My question is also then, so if you say, and Chair, it's always to me and DDG, the most interesting thing is when we put inquiries like this, we always received money and we're going to do. We've never done it. And you're not the only TVET and institution that tells us this. Everybody comes here with a story that we just got money. There's money in the next budget. It will happen. But, some of the equipment and so is gathering dust. They're unusable completely. So how long did it take before we got it on the agenda? And that is, it's very worrisome, because we can't leave people because they're far out in a rural area where it's needed the most to, well, this is what we have, so we wait till we get money. I'm very, very concerned, Jen, I have to really say that, because what happened to these students that enroll? Do you keep track record in some way that do they actually find good jobs?
Thank you, Honourable Member. The students, we have tried to put in place a tracker on our students on whether they get employed. A lot of them are unemployed, I agree. And some are employed. So it's just a matter of percentages maybe to allocate to them to see how many are. Others, they have just, we have not yet tracked them. because we don't know where they are. But the ones that are absorbed, we can prominently see them around our towns and in our institution.
So then you would agree to me the aim of this department is not every child can go to, or every student can go to a university, and we have to promote TVET colleges. And the way we're doing this is definitely not, I'm putting it to you very straight, Principal, is not promoting TVETs. If a TVET doesn't run, ultimately, you are not promoting TVET training for those. And that's why the young people don't want to go to TVETs, they want to go to university. And we know not everybody can. Do you agree with me?
I agree.
Yeah. So we have to act up on that. I actually, Chairperson, I've got other questions too. I'll put it in writing to give other colleagues an opportunity as well. The only thing I wanted to hear is that these work integrated learning to complete qualifications, are we on track with that in total then, as you say, or are we lacking? Must I repeat? Yeah. So does the college have students who have not been placed in work integrated learning to complete their qualifications? Yes or no?
No.
No.
No, not currently. Last year, yes. But currently, we have tried to rake every student and advertise that we've got these placements.
Yeah. I saw the presentation mentioned that your throughputs are between 8 and 10%. So on earlier, and this year, 2024, will be 12%. I know that the Minister has responded to a question of mine where she said that in 2021 it was 10.8, 2022 was 10.2. We must just make sure on your pass rate, your throughput, your dropouts, whatever the case may be, and even your financial statements from clean to unqualified, everything that goes a step back makes it very, very difficult to catch up and grow. Because if you go down and you go 1% up, it still isn't grow. You're just getting back what you've lost. And really, this TVET must jack up and not decline in anything if you want to give students hope in your area and the rural areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I don't know whether if I can be assisted either the principal or the DDG in relation to explanation of this position of a vice principal on innovation. Was this position innovation in fundraising or innovation in latest technology or innovation? What specific innovation? Because there's some confusion. Is it innovation in bringing funds to the TVET college, or is it innovation in terms of new technology and linking with the TVET college and improving the students' studying ways of studying? And on top of that, are other colleges have this, or DDG, is this the only college, so that we stop confusing these things and getting a lot of contradicting statement of this innovation? What are we innovating? Are we innovating technology? Are we innovating raising funds? Are we innovating improving the lives of the students, the way they study in a TVET college?
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Ngubane. The position is talking to innovation in terms of, your latest developments in as far as the digitalization and digital transformation of colleges is concerned. But furthermore, you recall, Honorable Chair, that TVET colleges do not have the capability of R&D per se. It's within the universities where they do research and then they are able to generate revenue out of that. So the crafting of this portfolio was meant to address that shortcoming so that whoever that occupies that position is able to bring in the latest innovations into the curriculum,
but also be able to make sure that the students that then gain access are able, even themselves, to innovate and maybe even start the entrepreneurial, route where they can be able to come up with ideas from ideation to what do you call it, the final product. So that is what is meant. But I think what colleges perhaps have done, because universities will use the R&D units to generate revenue, now the colleges have also combined that they will then utilize this to raise funds, because we don't have anyone within the TVETs that deals with donor funding, yet the funding for colleges is on an 80-20 principle, where 80 is what we cover as a state, and the 20% they must go and fund for themselves. Maybe that's why now the emphasis has shifted towards fundraising and less on innovation per se, because I think we are currently, Honorable Chair, going through some major reforms in as far as curriculum is concerned, bringing in occupational programs which require more innovation into it. And I think maybe we need to engage. And to answer the second part of your question, colleges had to choose. I'm not too sure why that happened. When PPN was approved, colleges had to choose between having a registrar and a DP innovation. For me, it should have been all colleges should have an innovation, not that it has to be a choice. So these are some of the things that we are addressing now. Since PPN is over, we'll then be looking at restructuring their organogram, so that at least each and every college should have an innovation unit within it. Thank you, Chair.
All right. We've had and then principal the lack of communication to students regarding non-allocation to residents, the IT system slowness of it, textbooks delivery lateness or inadequate, or even old syllabus books, temporal structures being made temporal permanent, as well as outdated equipment. That as well, the highlight of that was the misalignment of funds, where it is said there's a diversion of college funds to non-academic programs. That's a misalignment. All those things mentioned, inclusive of non-functional of computer labs, outdated computer labs, leaking roofs. But to us here, as the principal, you didn't came out those challenges in your presentation. It came out from the presentation of the labor. What are you doing about that, and why is that? Because it means you don't have the yearly plan of the project. You take the academic funds and divert them to somewhere on non-academic programs, which makes all those issues that they are raising persistent and still there and not being fixed. Why is that? What are you doing about that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. May I first request our project manager to come on developments with regard to infrastructure, and then I'll come after, if it's okay with you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Principal. I think I'll respond to the last question regarding leaking roofs. We do have about 2 workshops in 2 different campuses that have that problem, and we have started a process of making sure that we fix those. So they are running a SCM process as we speak. I think we'll finalize it very soon, probably by the end of this month. Those workshops, I think, are very old, so there were issues in terms of the arrows. That's why they are leaks now. And in terms of the maintenance, I think we have been lacking. We have not been doing good in terms of maintenance of our entire infrastructure. But there are
plans, as I was saying, to make sure that we fix that in those workshops. Thank you.
Okay, in terms of why these issues did not come from our presentation, if you look at from slide 63, the challenges, we have highlighted these issues. It might be that the wording is different. For example, we have said incomplete workshops. They speak to the issues that we're experiencing with workshops. The issues of textbooks are there. The issues of connectivity are there. We have highlighted them. We have not swept them under the carpet. So what we have done, as I indicated, during my second week of being at the college, together with the chairperson of council, we did a site visit of all the sites, just to get a sense for ourselves and gather primary data in terms of what the situation looks like. Then after that, we convened with the executive management of the college. We summoned, probably we called the managers who are responsible to the areas that we deemed very urgent to work around the plan in terms of these things. For example, one of them was accessibility of water, and we have been able to get into it to make sure that it happens. Repair of the ablutions, it was a concern for us. We immediately put a plan in place to say it's not acceptable, we're not going to take it, something must happen. In fact, we even went to the extent of saying each manager must develop a work program so that we know how they spend the 8 hours. Because if they are working for the 8 hours, we would not be able to have some of these operational challenges.
Yes. Then, Principal, do we have a tracking mechanism that these maintenance are happening and completed and they're not staying permanent as they are reporting that? It seems like it's a permanent feature within the TVET College of this non-maintenance not happening.
Yes, for now, I've taken the responsibility that I will track it from my office until we have functional infrastructure committees and we can escalate the matters properly. So hence I'm saying I convened that special meeting to really look into these matters and show progress.
Okay, Chairperson, as I learned, just my last question. The certificate backlog, DDG, if we can answer that one, because it's a persisting problem in TVET colleges that has been going on for over years, and no one seems to come with a solution for it to permanently resolve that. And it impacts even on students when they now need to get employed or move on their life. They've been to the TVET colleges, but they don't get their certificate. That problem needs to solve. But the critical matter was this one, which was so challenging, of employees' position being changed on PESAL without their communications. HR and principal, how can that happen? I'm an employee, I'm in this position. All of a sudden, I'm moved to a certain position, but there was no communication with me as an employer. Are we moving employees as tomorrow we wake up, I'm in this position now, I've decided I'm putting you in this position? Where have you had something like that? Why is it happening? Thank you very much, Chair.
Principal.
Through you, Chair, thank you. Honourable Member, with the issue of the change of job titles on the system, there is a PPN model that we are implementing at colleges, and there is a structure that is called a College Implementation Committee, where we sit and drive the process. I just want to put it differently, Member, that the issue was not communicated. The structure did receive a communication from the department in a form of a circular. And there was a time frame that was provided to colleges in terms of implementation of that circular. Yes, in one or two sites, I will indicate that there's been a lack of consistent communication in terms of updating employees. And we have, as management or as the structure, which is called CIC, in abbreviation, took that responsibility to say we definitely are going to improve the communication, but there were letters that were issued in terms of placement and matching of employees. For example, I did receive a communication that I will be placed and matched as Deputy Principal Corporate Services. So it was just that lack of communication in some sites, because it's not that the entire institution there was an issue in terms of that communication, but there was a circular issued by the employer for all TVET colleges, but maybe in our college it was to communicate the circular itself, but the letters issued to all employees and people accepted, but there were those officials that were sitting at the time that objected their placement and matching, of which the committee is addressing that matter. We just said last week, as the principal is saying, during this 12th day, he's been trying to move with speed with the issues, and we've got a meeting that is scheduled for next week, which is going to look at this reflection of the placements. But the communication was that it was not consistent in all sides. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Mhlongo, I've not been interjecting, but you're not assisting. We know the policy that speaks about matching and placing. So when you respond, don't respond as if we don't know that policy, because you are now provoking us to ask certain questions. There's a process that you must follow when you place and match. And it also gives an employee an opportunity to respond to it. Many of them, DDGs across the sector, would have refused. And that is why they will not have been placed. So you can't take it, whether there's a circular or there's a whatever, you don't place somebody without communicating with them. That's what the policy says. You negotiate with this employee. So the issue here, the question is, you have not been following that. You have placed people without communicating. And the question is, why are you doing so? So answer again, but this time, answer knowing that we know what the policy says, and these members are asking you what they know. Answer the question as was asked. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. What I can indicate, Chair, is that, as I've said, that we have issued the placement and matching to employees, but it's that sometimes the process will be aftermath.
Chair.
But,
Honorable Law.
I'm not sure if I'm out of order, but I think the question was specific. Where are the members or the employees being paid without their consent? They only see to the person that they've been paid, yes or no. As to what has happened, it is not going to assist the process. Let's assist each other. Thanks.
Yeah. Mhlongo. We're doing well so far. Let's not derail ourselves. The policy, if you say to me, we have not been consistent with communication, you are saying you have not implemented the policy according to what you are supposed to do. So you have transgressed your own, because it says if you are going to move Ntate Mohlamme from being a PLO of the DG to being a PLO of the minister, there's a process you must follow. You can't say I did not, we have not communicated with him. It means you have not followed, because the policy says speak to him, give him a right of reply, whether he accepts or not. And if he does not accept, there's a process you must follow. That's what it says. So you can't say there's not been consistency with the communication. You have not followed your own policy. And it's a big worry for us. Because it then confirms the bullying that the Labour speaks about from yourselves. Honourable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Principal.
maybe before Honorable, that is Zungu, there was a question to you from Honorable Ngubane. Maybe answer that and then we'll give Honorable Souls. If you can just switch off mic a bit.
No, thanks, Chair. Indeed, Honorable Ngubane, thanks for the question, because it's been coming up again and again, and it is a challenge. We have since sent a circular to colleges so that they can give us the list of those students that are found to be on that backlog. The principal did mention earlier on that part of it is the issue of the subject combinations, because the system is not automated. So if you've written certain subjects and you dropped some, it does not then provide a cumulative, results for you. So you might have skipped a year where we are repeating a subject. Once we've completed, the system does not automatically say now the students has met all the requirements for certification. And I think it's one of the areas. But also we don't have proper tracking systems. I think it was Honorable Van der Waal that was raising that. A proper tracking system that will tell you in terms of the exit strategy of any student, you are now have covered your theoretical part, you are now sent to do your practical component, now you are ready to be certified. So colleges don't have that, and I think it's one of the things that we need to invest in, but offer more digital or an electronic system that will be able to provide such, but also a system that is able to give feedback to individual students in terms of where their application is, so that we are able to track and see who is sitting with that application and be able to provide proper feedback to students. So we are again going to be requesting colleges to send us that list of all of those that have issues, so that we are not receiving it from all different angles, but it comes from one source, and we then able to sit at DHET under NIA to start addressing each one of those individuals. I must say, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, there was a point where we had an issue of the printing of the certificates themselves because of the contract between ourselves at DHET and the government printers, where they didn't have the proper printer or printing paper, which we are not in control of. It's on their side that they could not secure that paper. Finally, they've done that, and we're able to push over 80,000 certificates towards December, and we've been doing those processing at this point in time. So we will appeal to colleges to provide us again the list of those students that are still found to be, on the list of the backlog certificates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Principal, on your equity slide, just to understand, are you saying that out of the total of 340 there is only 2 foreign nationals that's now naturalized? No other foreign national is part of the staff. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Honorable Member, this is the information that I got from the college. Okay.
When you say Asians, 0, are you saying that the Asian that is mentioned in your recapitalization report is no longer there?
I will need assistance. I'm not sure which report you are referring to. Maybe other members can assist as well.
Who would you like to assist you? There is a report done, Ingwe Public FET College Recapitalization and Strategic Plan. And in that document, there is mention of 1 Asian staff member. So I'm asking, is that staff member no longer there? That's why it's 0, or is he or she still there?
In the absence of the chair, honorable member, can I assist? With my knowledge, we never had an Asian in the past 10 years in our staff establishment. Thank you, Chair. So it's 0.
So The document I will then have to submit, I suppose, and then you guys can clarify, because I have the document in front of me. And it's a document produced by yourselves that says there's one Asian staff member. But because of my time, so can we agree that you just, I'll submit the document and then you'll provide clarity with regard to that. Principal, when you say you advertise nationally, what do you mean by that? What advertising mediums do you use so that you try and achieve the equity target? Just quickly, please.
Okay. By that, Chair, we mean we are using City Press, one of our medium, and we also take our positions at the level of assistant director and particular engineering lecturers to systems like DPSA. So we are using those two as our national hotspots.
Would you agree that the mediums that you use is not basis for you to confidently say there's no interest for other races to come to your institution?
Yes, ma'am.
So would we agree that you will now do more to ensure that you reach more of a racial complement so that you attract more of the other races? Because currently you have 0 colored South Africans, 0 black South Africans, 0 white South Africans, and 0 Indian South Africans. And I see now why. It's too limited. You can't confidently say that they are not interested. So do we have an agreement on that?
Yes, ma'am, I would agree.
Thank you so much. Very quickly, DDG, when will the college receive a full-time principal?
Thank you, Honorable Souls. I think we've received the concurrences from DPSA. We are waiting for our corporate services to advertise all of those posts. But when they were finalizing the list, we realized that there were other posts that were omitted, and we wanted to have a proper management plan that will say these are all the vacant posts, gazetted and advertised. This is the timeline we are putting for us to sift and do the selection processes, and by this time we should have. So we've been engaging with my colleague, DDG Corporate Services. I'm hoping that we'll get this plan by next week so that at least we know where and when can we have this post finalized. So our plan, Honorable Source, was that when we sit for interviews of principals, because it's the same, we just want to have that in 1 week, and we conclude, and then we can move to the next level, DPs and so forth. So that is what we're hoping to get from DDG Corporate Services. Thank
All
you.
right, so in terms of timelines, by next week, you will know from corporate services when this will take place. Once that is established, then it will take 1 week after that to ensure that there's a principal.
Honorable Source, the advert must still go out.
No, I understand that. I
Yes.
mean, we now talk
when that process,
when that
yes.
is done, 1
Yes.
week.
That's what we are planning.
All right, DDG. Labor, when you say poor sanitation at Siteto, give me an example of that. Paint a picture very quickly. Poor sanitation. What do you mean? What is the actual, what is happening? Quickly.
Thank you, Honorable. We mean it is the material that is used there. So with chemicals, the general workers are having a problem with the cleaning materials that they are using there.
Simplify it for me so that I can ask for you quickly. You see, I'm trying to get, what is the experiences there by workers? When you say poor sanitation, are you saying there's no toilet paper in toilets? Are you saying that? Yeah.
Yes. With toilet papers, it is the the cheap toilet papers, the one that when you even use it, it comes to your hands. Even the chemicals that they are using, they have the problems in their hands when they are using those materials, when they are cleaning the toilets or the offices and the classrooms.
Principal, is it true that there's not adequate material for cleaners to ensure sanitation? That's what I can get. That's one. Two, is it true, because in also the labor's presentation, they say that staff and students at times has to relieve themselves outside. Is that true?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have done with the Chairperson of Council an assessment of the ablution facilities. We can confirm that they are not up to the standard which is expected. Hence, I indicated that immediately after that, we convened a special meeting and I've given instructions in terms of how these matters must be handled. And I've also, yes, requested the CFO to make sure that we do it correctly so that we don't invite unnecessary troubles in terms of management of finances, but it's being attended to.
Is that you saying to me that staff and students has to use and relieve themselves at times outside?
I wouldn't say that because it has not been presented like that to me. So what we did, we introduced ourselves to staff. We made a commitment that based on what we have seen, there's going to be improvement and changes. So there was no engagement to give us firsthand that information. We are basing our discussion on what we have seen.
What have you seen, Principal?
The ablutions for the students have got running water on the floor. The basins are not clean. Some of the toilets have not been cleaned like for a long time. That's my assessment.
So let's go,
yes,
just for time, not out of disrespect, right? So let's just go quickly. So if the toilet has not been cleaned, that means it's not been flushed and all of that kind of stuff. So a student comes, it's not cleaned, he or she will not use that toilet. He will then need an alternative and will go outside, correct?
yes, yes.
So we can agree that staff and students are often forced to use or relieve themselves outside.
Based on that, we can agree.
Do you think that that is correct, Principal?
Absolutely not. Hence, we have immediately attended to the matter. When it came to our attention, we have not wasted any time in terms of giving instructions that the matter be attended to. Yes.
I would just want to remind you that those students, those staff members, those are South Africans. It's our people. I urge you, Principal, and all your staff, let us treat our people with dignity and respect. There should be never a time when a staff member or a student, when there are toilets, that they have to go and relieve themselves outside. It is on us. It's our responsibility to uplift ourselves. Thank you, Principal.
Thank you, Honorable Sons. Jozitube. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just straight to the questions. The first one would be the policy on
Point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order now?
On you, Chairperson.
Okay. What happened?
Yes. No, when you were outside, I just wanted to state for the record that there was a document that I have to produce that states something that we needed to clarify around an Asian employee that the staff didn't know about.
Okay.
Yeah, I have my eye on it.
So you will give it to us? So you will give it to us, and then they will respond on it. Thank you very much, Honorable Wasaga.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question on your sexual harassment cases that the if there are cases in the Tibet College, there are cases, maybe confirmation there? Okay. Is it students? Mike?
Okay, through you, Chair, yes, I honorable member, there is a sexual harassment case that we are dealing with.
How many cases?
That has been reported to labor relations one, and the disciplinary process is currently taking place.
It's only one disciplinary. And there is is the police involved in that case?
According to my information that I have, the matter has been reported by the campus manager because it's a lecturer versus a student.
Okay, and you are still handling that case?
Yes. It's on a
So
disciplinary
if you are handling it in concurrence with the police, how is that working? I'm just interested to know the dynamics of if you are handling that case and also the police, how is that working?
According to the information that I got from the campus manager is that the family for the affected student, they decided to withdraw the case from the criminal processes. Hence, internally, we are proceeding with the matter because the employee, the lecturer is our employee, so we need to apply the...
Is the lecturer still at the college or suspended?
He's not suspended.
Is the student still at the colleges or not?
Can I ask my colleague to assist me as an academic head? I'm not sure from that.
Okay, whoever can answer me. Where's the student?
I think the student is still at the college. That's
Okay.
what I've heard.
So how are you handling that? Because under normal circumstances, if there's a sexual harassment against the student, surely the lecturer has to be suspended if you have to protect the student. Unless if it's not like that, you have the reasons for keeping the lecturer at the college. So what are the reasons that lecturer is still there and the student?
From the labor side, honorable member, as I've indicated, that according to the information that was presented to labor relations, that the case was withdrawn externally, but internally we felt that let's pursue with the matter, but we have escalated the matter to the disciplinary process. It's when then the presiding officer will indicate to us whether the lecturer is found guilty or not. But
So I'm a student, and then Datelitsi is my lecturer, and then I complain about the sexual harassment, and we open the case, and at home we withdraw, and the case is still within the institution, and then I have to continue as the victim to watch Datelitsi, even though there is a sexual harassment case against him, and it's a normality within the TVET college.
It is not a normal, it's not a normality, honorable member, but before I can go to detail in terms of providing it, let me just get the correct information from my labor practitioner so that I provide the correct information.
How old is this case? When was it reported?
It's around February 2025.
February 2025.
Yes.
In the last financial year, last year to this year, how many cases of sexual harassment did the TVET have?
According to my information, there was nothing that has been reported to our office. This is the first case.
This is the first case?
Yes.
Okay, and then your policy, when did you start with your policy? To have the sexual harassment policy?
Through you, Chair, we do have a policy, but we normally get the policies from the Department for HR, so we are using standardized policy. So our policies are just set for renewal around May, 1st of May.
And what does your policy say when coming to the reported cases of sexual harassment? Specifically talking about this case that is here now, what does your policy say to you, the directive that it gives to you when handling the case? What does it say to TVET?
I cannot give you a direct question, but in terms of handling the matter, we use the code of conduct for lecturers, which say this matter should be taken as a serious matter. Hence, we have continued with the process of charging the lecturer. Then we take it from there, from the presiding officer. In terms
So
of
in the meantime, how are you protecting the victim? To make sure that it has a conducive environment for her to continue with her studies. What is TVET doing in protecting the victim? Okay, because time is moving and there's no answer, let me continue. Deputy Principal of Innovation, if you can maybe help me, what does innovation means in context of the TVET College? To you, your interpretation.
My interpretation of the term innovation, actually it is about doing things faster, easier, better for both students and the whole college at large, encompassing the technological advancement, research, entrepreneurial, like the DDG has said, roads and so forth, and the access to the students, like for instance, online, which is another innovation, online learning, online registration,
Okay.
and for IR strategies.
Okay, thank you very much. How long have you been on that position? Sorry if I
From
didn't hear you.
2023, yes.
Okay. Tell us about your success story, about all that you have said since you occupied that position.
Yes.
Just one, eh? Just one. Yeah,
Just one example.
One example that you, if you list them, you say this is the number one. I know you might have more than 20, just the number one. That is very, very much an achievement to you.
It is online registration. We used to have a manual registration, and students would come afar and have different sorts of problems, even though we still have a Wi-Fi and other digital problems. But online registration is the success of the institution.
Okay, so we start, I'm a student, you are innovative for registration. Then after registration, you are still responsible for innovation. Me getting into the class, what is it that you add to make my life easier as a student? Implementing that innovation.
The online learning.
The online learning.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. What do you do to make sure that the online learning, because you are an enabler for that to happen within the TVET, what is it that you are doing for the ease of being, for the students and also the employees to make sure that that innovation, that is your number one, is really up to scratch?
LMS. LMS, it's whereby the learning of the students, it's aggravated by...
Okay, talk in the practicality. You were here. Students say they don't have the Wi-Fi, there's a struggle, the labs are not. Now, not what is written there, the practicality of it. So talk to me about that. What is it that you are doing? No ways can it be 9 minutes. Okay.
We, for instance, if, let's talk attendance, the student attending the class. With attendance, there is an automative process that is done. That is attendance registered online. And
ma'am, I'm sorry. I respect you, Mbogoto. I really, really respect you.
Thank you.
I made it clear. They're saying there's a Wi-Fi and there's a challenge of the labs and you are responsible. So talk to me about the practicality based on what they are saying, what the employees are saying and the students. What is it that you are doing in corrective measures to make sure that that is not happening, that you can talk to us and say that there is an improvement?
There is an improvement in that even though I'm not single-handed in doing this, IT should be my basis for doing this. So what I do is that I also have with the LMS, for instance, the students access the material, learning material, faster with the lecturer, and it is projected in the classroom.
Okay, thank you very much. SRC? The SRC, before I go to SRC, just if you can send us the information of your metrics or the benchmarking of your innovation when coming to learning, as you are talking to us, we will appreciate that. And also, Principal, the KPIs of these different principles for us to look at as you come in, what is it that is there? Students, you talked about the books and they say you access the books so wonderful online, and that, how true is it? You can
Try all the buttons there.
I say as online learning then.
Okay. Honorable Law.
No, thanks. Thanks very much, Chair. Mewe, o ka gopola gore COVID-19 started on 2020, and it's where the department could have been told on integrating to online, and you were only appointed on 2023. What is innovative about your appointment 2023-2020, and there's still no online access to learners?
Fortunately, we are dealing with this with academic and IT as we come together to make this a success. Yeah.
At COVID-19, we were using online because we were integrating because of the pandemic. Now I'm asking you, at this epoch, you were appointed 2023. What is it so difficult that you don't have access to Wi-Fi and online even now where you are appointed? What innovative is that you are doing? What is innovative about your position and what are you doing? I'm saying, I'm giving you I'm citing the previous year, 2020, 2023, 2025. Still, there is no access to internet you are referring to. What have you done to respond to the online that you are saying the online, you are putting it as your priority and achievement? Where else your stakeholder, your actors in the sector saying, no, they are not aware of online. Do you have a proactive, effective online system since COVID-19, since 2023 till now? Or you don't have an online system automatically? I'm raising all of this because already the Wi-Fi, I say it.
No.
Okay. You don't have?
Yes.
All right. Me wa deputy principal. When I listen to the principal, honorable your GBPF policy, it's still yet to be completed. Where stakeholders must engage. Is it true, principal?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thanks. That is when was your circular on colleges to submit their policy on GBPF? There was a deadline, I remember, on the previous portfolio when you came. There was a circular you released. Just remind me, when was the circular released? Thanks.
I can't remember, Honorable Law, from top of my head, but it should have been 2 years ago.
Mewe, more parliament, you don't mislead us and say there's a policy, there's what. One, you misled us when you said there's a policy. There's no policy. The policy could have protected your colleague and the students at campus. And three, immediately when there's a case of GBV, you are expected to have a committee to preside over the matter and look onto the need on the possibilities as to what will hinder or what are the possibilities for investigation. So you don't mislead us here. Be frank and honest that there's no policy and there's no guidance on dealing with gender-based violence. The policy is within 2 weeks. That should be engaged by stakeholders. Thank you very much. Chair.
Yeah, hold on. Post your time.
Okay.
You are raising your hand. What is the issue?
Through your chair. Thank you, Honourable Member, but I just want to correct something. There is a signed policy by the DG of the Department Sexual
May we?
Harassment.
May we?
Oh, hold on. We'll give you. What does it say? Okay, so continue on what you're saying. There's a policy signed by the DG.
Yes, Chairperson, I was going to ask Chair that it has been recently sent by the head office. Maybe the DDG TVET is not aware. So I'm saying the policy has been signed by the DDG and it has been recently shared with us as HR people, I think in the last past two months.
So all along, I've posted her. You did not have a sexual harassment policy.
No, did not have it, Chairperson.
And you've never interacted with an entity called CGE. You say no. Okay. And the department does not have or did not have a policy on sexual harassment across all institutions that supersedes even your own policy in the college on sexual harassment.
Through you, Chair, as a college, we never had a policy. We agree on that one before the one that has been shared by the department.
And so you did not know that there's a sexual harassment policy in the department?
What I'm trying to say, Chair, it has been shared by the national to all
No.
50 TVET colleges
No.
recently.
So are you saying it's newly signed? It's a brand new policy of the department?
This has been signed, Chair, on the 7th of February 2023, but we...
Hold on, 2023?
Yes.
So you did not know. This case, this sexual harassment case, started in February this year.
Yes, Chair.
So you did not know the department that has employed you as a deputy principal. You are appointed by the department. So you did not know your employer has got a sexual harassment policy. That you as deputy principal, what do you call it, as human resource, corporate, you must implement when there's a case of sexual harassment. You did not know that.
Chair, I do agree that it was an oversight for me, but at our college level, we never had this circular, but it was shared in 2025, though the signature appears to be 23rd, but I do admit as a deputy principal corporate service that it was an oversight not to have a police even within as a college. I do admit on that one, Chair.
Then you are admitting that you did not know that your employer, who is the department, had this policy all along.
Can I say yes, Chair? Because it was shared by the regional structure to us.
Honorable Law, I'll give you a time. I rather finish mine. Regional manager, take us through. Help us understand this problem. And the reason why this thing is very important, Deputy Principal Academic, is that gender-based violence is a pandemic in this country. And even how you answered, I think it was Honorable Low or Honorable Maseko, I can't remember, that it was Honorable Maseko, that this person, the alleged perpetrator, you have not done anything. They're still on campus, they're still drawing a salary, they've not been suspended. The alleged victim stares at the eyes of the alleged perpetrator on a daily basis. And when this child fails tomorrow because of trauma, you know how much does it take from a young female student to open a case of sexual harassment against not only a male person who ordinarily has got a status over this young girl, but also is a lecturer of this person. And then for you guys not to do anything in protecting this young female alleged victim, do you know what does it do? Not only to the confidence, the demeanor of this young girl, but also others, other young girls in that institution and across the system, that if you if you report a lecturer and nothing happens, in fact, you end up being a liar, or, you know, accused of lying. It can be, you can go on, it can be. And we're casual about it. When, I don't know what the stats saying about young people or young females in this country going through GBV, in this country every hour, every minute. But even for you as a woman, not to see the need, I mean, you know, it's disturbing. It's disturbing. Acting regional answered this thing. The college did not have a sexual harassment case. The department had. What is it that we would have done? Because this case should have gotten to you. What is it that you and your office would have done to make sure that the rights of this young girl, a young brave girl, if I may say, who stood up against a lecturer, what is it that you have done to make sure that this sexual harassment policy of the department is followed? And when it was not followed, what is it that you have done? Take us through.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, I mean, the region as a whole experiencing challenges around gender-based violence. I think we're one of those provinces that have got really challenges when it comes to issues of gender-based violence. What we have done as the region, we have had a dedicated meeting with the college, just look at the state of affairs. And so we would have flagged a number of policies that were not in place, but also part of student support services, Honorable Chairperson. There is an issue around student health and wellness, where colleges have to report on these issues. And so we would have raised it with the college that please ensure that you've got this policy in place. But as the region, Chair, like I indicated earlier on, because we've got really serious challenges as the region, at the beginning of the year, together with the regional SAFETSA and Higher Health, we met to come up with a program that will address these serious issues in the region. Thank you, Chair.
You have not answered. You have not. The question is, what have you done? So there's a problem. Yes, you would have, on policy formulation, you've tried. I've heard you. But there's a case. And you, as an employee of the department, you've got a policy. It has not been, by the way, I can tell you what that policy says should have happened to the accused person, which I believe you know. That was not done. What is it that you guys at the regional management level has done or have done in this process? Because that was not done. Then there should have been at least consequence management to a certain level. What is it that are you saying to us that we have not done anything there as well? We have, yeah.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. Not in terms of consequence management. We haven't gotten to that level. But what we would have done, Chair, was to raise it to say, look, as the region, we are having these serious challenges. Please ensure that you've got this policy in place.
Let's leave it. You have not done anything. Honorable Law.
So Chair, I was about to leave my question, man, because I listened very carefully, and you wanted to defend yourself. You've just caused a problem to the matter. One, for the fact that the case has been withdrawn to the police and you are handling it, you don't have a guiding tool to guide you as per the university, as a college. You don't have a guiding tool. You are not doing justice for our children. You are not even bothered. We are not being bothered. I'm saying this because the regional manager also is not even bothered on the issues that are affecting colleges, Chair. We are expected quarterly, monthly, HR person, Chair. We are expected quarterly, monthly to send critical, strategic, important reports to the department as the management of the colleges for us to play our oversight role as management. And I've said it at Northwest. That the department came here, they came to say, we're here for you, go and fry yourself. But we should be fair and have an approach as a committee as to what is the role of the department to preside over colleges, and they can't even know or understand any single thing or relate to the issues of colleges. I'm going to set an example. A simple example I want to set, Chair, is the issue of labor. Labor says that they are bullied. Labor says that their money are not paid accordingly. Labor says there are money that they are still waiting for, and they've been waiting for the money for too long. When they've been waiting for money for too long, it simply means there's been series of dictatorship and bullying towards the actors like labor and students. Hence today, the perpetrator of GBV can be in a campus together with a victim and is still fine, and there's no guiding tool to protect. To say the protection or the honor says that you must be this side, don't do that. One. Two, I'm raising the labor issue critically because I did last time. Labor does not need to take decisions with you as management. But what labor is supposed to do is to observe and see, are you in line with the law in terms of your decision you're taking? Now, as an HR person, every 12 months or 2 years, you review your policies, you send them to council. And then you tell them this policy must be updated as per the new act and the law. That's how it's going to happen. Now, you have failed the student as a management, together who was dealing with the case, and you are not fair enough to protect the student to say, why did you allow the case to be withdrawn and you handled the case? Because you don't have the expertise. By one, you don't have a police to deal with GBVF, to guide you, not a general police of everybody, a specific police that has jurisdiction and will locate the struggles or the immediate issues. It should guide you what happened. You must go and make sure you apologize. Principal, acting, you take the matter serious. You report within ourselves within 7 days. How you have handled the matter, who's leading the matter, and what are the possibilities of suspension on the matter, and how serious is the case. And must really look onto your various departments, Principal. Go look, there are many young people there outside who are graduates, who are just willing to change and innovatively deal with ideas and change scenario institutions. Look at your fellow colleagues and do an introspection through a PMS assessment and see to it, are they fit enough to lead this college? I'm raising this because I'm going to NSFAS. The GBV matter is sensitive. It's painful that we couldn't get to the point where it's guided properly. And I'm hoping to be guided properly and we'll get report within 7 days and make follow-up on it specifically. Thanks on that. And I apologize to the victim on how the matter was handled. And I hope that she will get justice and she'll be protected by the college. Now, Principal, NSFAS says that they paid our transport allowance late. Sometimes they don't give our children money for allowances. And you are saying 80% of our learners, our students, are not proceeding because of many other issues. Are we not agreeing that NSFAS, late payments of students, is the one that is causing us to decline in terms of the learner dropout, the student dropout? Because I'm asking this because I can tell you majority of your students are NSFAS beneficiaries. Some are from SASA. So the notion that 80% of learners are dropping out mainly because of is their own will. We must apportion it to the internal controls of NSFAS, one, because NSFAS, I've got a serious problem with it. Ever since I've been a member here, when they arrive there, they come with problems more, not with solutions. NSFAS. Failure to pay in time, failure to respond to the children in time through emails, failure to come with adequate and precise solutions that are going to interlink. Now I've made my conclusion. The problem is that there's DHET, there's NSFAS, and then there's college. There's no integration and collaboration of the work done. Now the poor students and the workers becomes keeping goats of your problems and your internal controls. Either what of corruption, abuse, and bullying. You know how? The students don't have adequate and sufficient classes. One, the shortage of classes. There's been temporary structures. It's very extremely cold. I wonder how they pass the students when they're in extreme cold conditions. The poor principal comes for 2 weeks. He must do roundabouts. What about those who've been here? What has been your work as management of the college to rectify or to make sure that things are according to the plan? We've got a serious problem in the TVET college, and they account directly to the department. There's no technicalization with regard to TVETs. We expect the department to be hands-on, Chair. So my primary concern is that the number of issues of Ingwe, whether we question them here, they're going to be used as compliance. They're going to be abused by the fact that we came, we left, let's go and do as it is. I'm proposing that there should be an issue where we receive reports on specific matter we've raised. For example, the department is coming here saying they can't track students who could have dropped out or students who have not there, but the universities can track out students who would have left it 2 years back. That means we've got inefficient, we've got a department that is not efficient, but inefficient. That is not looking forward or visionary to say, all these problems, we've adjusted them to one, and we are going to address them in phases. There is no way we can address college problems at the same time where the department is not relatively allocated or related to the problems. It's a problem. You won't be able to perform as colleges. We'll have 50 colleges coming here with similar problems, or the same problem, and it will be unfair sometimes to want to question them, or else the department is here. It's a high time the department give us a progress report on issues of colleges, Chair. And then colleges will come after to make additions. Because these colleges account to the department, and the department has an obligation to make sure that it follows the laws of the country, and it makes sure that they account quarterly or monthly, and they are on par with issues. Now, we are sitting here with a problem that is going to escalate for each and every city of parliament committee. We are wasting taxpayers' money resources. We should be dealing with progress made. How far is Ingwe issues being dealt with? Not because, the issues that are here have been there since 2020. You are a member, Chair, of a portfolio committee. The issues were raised of this college. I went through my documentations. They are similar. Students are defunded. Students are 200, they are from different radius, they are traveling from far. They do not have adequate access to transportation to take them to school because they are not paid their allowances according to time. And we should agree, the majority of those who are suffering are the motive forces, the black students, who are majority, who are suffering, Chair. So I will put my questions in submission, but I want us to change approach, Chair. The department must start giving us status report before they come here, so that we know what has been their interventions and how can we therefore give directive. Because we're not fair to the poor colleges sometimes, where they must respond, where else the department is responsive to us. So we must rectify this and must go work on that. And acting principal, look on to the innovation position. Get a young blood, young lion, and to the mama must innovatively mentor the process so that you are able to take it forward, because a young person will relate easily with student issues, and a young person will give you adequate, precise information so that you are able to have a proper run college. And I wish there will be consequence management and you will make proper assessment on the failures and the internal controls that could not have proceeded. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. AG, please help us. What are the issues with the college on audit?
Thank you, Chair. When it comes to the TVET colleges, Chair, we audit the financial statements to see whether they fairly present the financial position and financial performance of the college. The last public audit report was the one for the year ended December 2023, where the financial statements were unqualified. It was after making a number of adjustments that to errors that were identified during the audit. So the college managed to make those adjustments, and therefore the financial statements were unqualified. They are fairly not complex, and the college managed to have unqualified financial statements with the finding, and the finding was that the financial statements that were submitted to us were not fairly presented. And so therefore, once they made the adjustments, they then were. So that was the only other finding that there was. In the environment of TVET colleges, their act does not require them to prepare performance information. Therefore, there's nothing for us to audit there. So we don't have findings under performance information. Also in the area of compliance, the Act does not have any specific procurement regulations. It's silent on that. So even should the college not implement their policies, which are mostly loosely based on the PFMA, if they were to not use them correctly, it wouldn't give rise to irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because those things are not defined within their Act. So also, we will not have any findings in that regard, Chair. So from the audit perspective then, the only recommendations then that we had was for them to improve their reconciling, their daily and monthly disciplines. We did note the issue that the NSFAS remittances came through late and the timing was not always correct, so that students wouldn't get their allowances on time. That will not give rise to an audit finding if the college has correctly disclosed that in the financial statements. But we did in our management report have a recommendation that that process needs to be improved. And I don't think there's anything else that I need to add from the audit side. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so you don't audit the projects then that are TVET funded?
They will be audited by the auditors of TVET, Chairperson.
Okay, now thank you very much. TVET, do you have projects here at Ingwe, and how many are they? Demlambo, you are a person of infrastructure, TVET.
Through you, Chair, I think between the two gentlemen, Mr. Mlambo and Mr. Nogwelo, they could give account on that.
All right, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all honorable members. In terms of the number of projects, I wouldn't be specific. There's quite a number of projects. But what we do, we request colleges to appoint auditors that are led by chartered accountants to audit the projects that are implemented at the college according to agreed upon procedures, because we do not have that capacity to closely manage the monitoring of the projects that are implemented. So yes, we do get the audit reports. It's reports that are issued on 6 months basis. So yes, we have received from the college. So that's what gives us in terms of what is happening on the ground in terms of the projects that are implemented. All right, let me stop there. Thank you.
Okay, so you do have project at this institution, and you monitor it through desktop reports that they send to you.
Okay. No, I was still responding to the issue of the audit, but we also do conduct site inspection. We do visit colleges, and we thereafter write reports and give feedback letters to the TVET colleges. And this college is due for a visit very soon because of that campus that is being established where we've allocated them 25 million. But we do select colleges that we monitor. Unfortunately, we cannot take them all as 50. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Project manager, explain your position there at this institution. What is your position? On what it was sent here, it says name and then project manager. Explain it. What is that?
Thank you, Chair. I'm responsible for managing projects, infrastructure projects that are externally funded, that are funded by donors or sponsors that would give us funding when we submit applications. And then I'm also responsible for managing projects that are funded by CETAS and NSF. Thank you, Chair.
So you are employed by the college?
Yes, Chair, but I'm not employed by the department. I'm employed by the council.
Okay, so you are a council-funded employee?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And the position is project manager for external funding. What is it? Because you are saying you are only responsible for project funded by CETAS. So, HR, explain the employment of project manager.
How did it come up? How did it come up, or what is maintaining?
Yeah, both.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, the project management unit was established around 2012, but I was not around. But as time goes on, then it phased out. But with the previous council, they made a request to the principal that we need to resuscitate that unit, which is called a PMU, for a couple of projects that will be taking place in the college. So the principal then prepared a submission to the council to detail what that unit can cover in terms of looking at the spectrum of projects that are taking place at the college. So it got the approval, and the appointment was for 3 years. And the 3-year ended around February, but before the contract ended, with the appointment of the new council, we presented the submission to the council whether they extend the contract or they terminate the contract. It was also again extended for another 3 years, which is from 2025 to February 2028. So the unit reports to the deputy principal innovation. So it's part of the package that falls under that unit. Thank you, Chair.
And then Giver, you want to help us here? Oh, you're fine. You wanted to help us on this one. I saw you raising your hand.
Yes, Chairperson. These posts of project managers were introduced with the infusion of the Capital Infrastructure Efficiency Grant at colleges, because at that point, billions of rands were invested and there was no capacity. So initially, they were paid from the grant itself. A portion of the grant was allocated for project management. But over the years, with the reduction of the allocation, the colleges themselves had to absorb the post through the payroll of council. So the role involves, in the main, the management of infrastructure projects, both from the CIEG funds as well as those that are initiated by the college from different sources of funding. Thanks.
No, thanks, Chairperson of Council. You guys sat down and concluded that the services of the project manager will be extended for another 3 years. The assumption is that you had received a report, a performance-based report that would have came as a part of the submission from, switch off the mic, Mama. It's okay. So I saw it means they. It's innovation. Yeah, it's innovation. So you submitted a report either from innovation, HR, and then you send to council. So that would be the assumption. Chairperson of council would want you to. Is that maybe confirm? Is that the case?
Yes, Chair, that was the case.
And then at the time, you guys had 5 members in the council. You were not a full complement.
When it was presented, I think we had already established the internal members, but as external, yes, we were the 5.
Explain, what do you mean you had already established the internal members?
When we arrived, we were the first cohort of council members. Then the Act says that we must establish an election process for internal members. So that process was undertaken, where we had a lecturer representative, support staff representative, and the academic board representative with the SRC. Then at this point, when this it's actually 2 guys that they presented for us to approve. We were the 5 of us and the 6 internally. So the external, I can confirm that it was the 5 of us because we received the external members' concurrence now in May to fully constitute us.
Okay, you'll give us one, the process of finalizing the internal, include the act that empowers us to do so, and then you'll then give us the minutes of that meeting that you guys followed, and the minutes of that particular meeting. CFO, what is the issue?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, Chair, that the position that Mr. Msipa was explaining is not the same as this one. Yes, he's correct. We had that person, but when the contract expired, we didn't renew. This one is separate from that one. I just wanted that to be clarified on record. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Ngabona batho ba department la phirisano. Honorable Law Principal, and you know I've got, maybe let me ask Labour, because I want to close the meeting now. We've got fiscal framework, and we will engage with you. I mean, I have a lot of questions. I'm just going to give 1 or 2 and then make my concluding remarks. Deputy Principal, HR, I had many questions there. You know, I won't go to them because of time, but I'll just make my concluding remarks. Labour, I want you to. There's a point where you say there's nepotism. Here. Who can elaborate? What do you mean? There's nepotism. Just go straight to the point. Say, Honorable Litsi is related to Honorable Maseko. It's a husband and wife. And the wife has been put there without a process. That's nepotism. Please don't give us the history that, no, you see, let's just go straight to the point. Somebody that Labour, elaborate, what do you mean by this thing of nepotism?
Thank you, Chairperson. What happens is that the qualifications or the criteria that is used to select a person, it is made in a way that it can fit a particular person who is related to the campus manager or the manager in that section. And then when we come as observers to question such an act, then we are told that, no, this is the way it is. You are here to observe, that you are observing, and we are qualified managers. We know what we are looking for. Same goes with, that is part of family members, and with the friends, they do the same thing, and they disregard even the criteria that was advertised from the post. There's also that instance, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, you have not given examples. Mama, in writing labor, give us those things. Says this was the advert. We wanted a project manager. And then this was the advert. And then the process said these things, the academic requirement, whatever, and they put the current project manager who does not fit this thing. And these are the people who would have applied. I'm making an example. So go give that to us in writing. Because you're not making, even the process will suit family. Let's make examples. Let's say they will whoever X, Y, and Z related, right? So let's do it like that, because members, I think we will have, to have a session with, we'll probably look at going there. Principal, your people here, you come here and say all your buildings are OHS compliant. It's not true. I know you are 12 days there. You are new, you are brand new there, but it's not true. Because I can tell you, Principal, that whoever gave you that information wants you to lie in Parliament. Because I can tell you, I can tell you, there in Montfrey, you know you have, Principal, Deputy Vice Principal, Deputy Principal, HR. You know, you also had a minor injury in Montfrey, in one of the buildings that are not OHS compliant yourself. But you sit here and you allow whoever does the presentation to give to the principal and say, all buildings are OHS compliant. When I started the meeting, I said, you must assume that we know. We sit here, we just listen to you lie to us, literally. We know they are not. They are not compliant. And we must sit here, because if we interrupt you, then we are disrespectful. It can't be, colleagues. These colleges, these TVET colleges, they are established for a reason. Do you know how many people are supposed to go to these TVET colleges, get on the other side, and go make differences in their families? No, you think this is a tick box. It's not. Government is putting in taxpayers' money there to run this academic project. Not only to pay your salaries, but to run an academic project that is supposed to prepare these people who go to these institutions so that they can be able to contribute or to participate effectively in the mainstream economy of this country, to contribute to paying tax to this country so that we are able to give more money to NSFAS to take others there. Lona, you are joking. You arrive here, you put together a presentation and say, everything there is in order. We know it's not. So we'll come there, acting principal, to your institution. Very disappointed with how sometimes you want, and when I started, I said to our stakeholders, at the end of this thing, we want this machinery to work for who it's intended to work for. Lona, no. You think, no, these ones, let's go lie to them. Those ones, in fact, these ones in the system, Honorable Ngubane, they think members of parliament are stupid. We have not gone to school. Yeah, we're all from Pampirstad, where Honorable Low come from. We're not colleagues. And us, when we sit here, it's not, and one day keep quiet when you, in fact, you know, I was tempted, Honorable Masako, when the meeting started, and you guys said, let them not do the presentation. I was tempted to agree. Now, sometimes you look at your presentations and think, so these people think we don't know here. We don't have. These are constituencies as members of parliament we report to. These are people who come to us and say, you know, I speak, at least I'm black, I'll speak for these black people here. We've got relatives everywhere. Yeah? Everywhere. From Montfrey to, I don't know, all of them. Yeah, all of them. We've got relatives. Some of our relatives, by the way, they go to your TVET colleges. So they'll tell us, hey, uncle, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when you come here and you decide to lie to us, because there's a difference between, you know, twisting the truth and lying. But if you say, all my buildings are OHS compliant, then we know. And I'm making an example about Manfred just to show you it's not true. I made an example that your deputy principal, in fact, got a minor injury in one of the buildings there. Because we know. We just kept quiet when you were presenting. So, principal, attend to your people. We will come to this institution. But department, warn your people. This is serious business here. We are empowered by Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act to act, Section 17, subsection 2, to act about people who do this. This is, what do they call it, perjury, lying in parliament. We're supposed to act. But tomorrow you will say, sure, tomorrow you will say, we're targeting you guys. That's not what we want to do. But you are pushing us to that point. You are pushing us to a point where we are now supposed to be very firm in using these rules and taking you guys, opening cases against you for perjury. We don't want to do it. We want to work together in making sure that the academic project here is protected. Principal, the numbers that you guys have produced here are scary. Because TVET colleges are technical, are supposed to be technical and vocational. But if you look at your numbers on technical and vocational, they are very low. We have went the other way there. Business studies, they are way too big, too high on the other side. And therefore, the work that we are supposed to be doing as a TVET college, producing technically savvy, vocationally savvy people, are very low. In fact, we are admitting very low numbers, which then begs the question, what is the state of our workshops there? On the core business of what we are supposed to be doing, what then is our state of workshops there? So we have now decided to be a university masquerading as TVET college. Because the core business, if you look at the numbers there, is a business studies. That's the core business of your institution when you look at the numbers. You see? So we'll have problems. Like I said, we do not have time. Your presentation says you order textbooks in September, they arrive in November, students come here and say there's no textbooks. Labor, when they present, say, I'm a lecturer. Kids are writing now. They've never received textbooks. But we have paid somebody in September, October when we ordered. We've given them a 3-year contract, CFO, but they are not delivering. We'll be very much interested to look at the numbers. On how much have we paid for what? Because you see these things of tenders, I don't like them. Because you have suppliers. You know who's supplying you with maths textbooks. I don't know the suppliers now, but during our time we had Judah, whatever. Says Judah is a supplier based in Johannesburg, for an example. You write to Judah, a CFO, Judah, I want to make an order of 500 of this kind of textbooks. And I want them delivered in Matatiele or Mount Frere in, in November. Give me a quotation. Judah charges you 340 per textbook. Finish. But you guys don't do that. You want to pay 800 for simple textbook. You go to supply chain, put a contract of 3 years there. I've got a friend of mine who has a truck. I will drive to Joburg, will bring them. That truck does not goes to Johannesburg and back for 6 days because on the way it breaks 5 times. And then this person charges you 800. And it's normal, double plus change, almost 3 times. Our business model department, you see sometimes regional manager, the reason why we have yourselves there, you are supervisors of these institutions. You must say to them, this thing won't work. We don't have money. Now we're going to vote for fiscal framework now in Parliament. Now, well, we don't have money. There's an increase on the baseline, but there's no extra money. Even for yourselves as this department. We're going to vote for your budget on the 3rd of July, the department. We don't have money. Mara, the way we're living here it's scary. We're going to visit these members. Because they were going to vote. Honorable Ngubane is not going to vote for the budget. So he's happy if I continue. And I can't afford not to be there on time. We want to thank you. NSFAS will have a conversation. Not happy with how we're doing things. I mean, we lost critical infrastructure in Northern Cape Eben, because NSFAS does not want to pay people. We have a problem. We'll have a serious discussion. It's just that we're trying to see how we can change up our program to bring NSFAS again. NSFAS is not helping us. It's creating a huge problem. And there are students who are writing exams now. They've never received their stipends. And it's business as usual. Those kids must write exams on empty stomach. It can be. So I want to thank you, NSFAS, for coming. Auditors, AG, thank you very much. You've been, AG works very hard for us. We really appreciate students. Thank you very much. I saw SG, man. You're a bit shaking in the morning. They must not scare you. You must represent your constituents, the students. And if they are bullying you, you must let us know. We're not going to have management of institution bullying students and workers because they are representing their people. They're not representing management. Management, if they want you to represent them, they must treat you well. So you guys must have regular meetings with them. And if you don't feel like you're part of the thing, they don't behave like you're part of that thing. Including workers, thank you very much for representing. I want to thank you, department. There's a lot of work that we must do here. We can't have a victim, alleged victim of sexual harassment, having to go to class every day to look at the alleged perpetrator, and it's business as usual. That thing is mentally disturbing, even for me as a man. I can just imagine about that particular individual, the victim, and all other young people there who are females, they will be scared to even report such things, because there are more, these lecturers who are doing these things are more, you know, if they belong to the popular faction in the institution, they are more protected. Nothing will happen to them. They even tell these young kids, and it can't be business as usual. Acting DJ, thank you very much. Acting DG, who's the DG skills, DDG, Brasem, Richard, thank you very much. Ingwe, I see even today you even came wearing leopard skins here, but both of you were wearing leopard skins. You are not answering the right things. You know, even when you arrived there, I thought it's uniform. You know, maybe you've got leopard skin uniform there, because Ingwe. Yeah, but you know, you did not represent the institution well. You know, when we met again, we must do better. Acting principal, all the best. This is just from, you know, it's just that today I did not bring my file. I forgot it in the car, but I've got a file on yourselves as Ingwe, but a big file on issues that I would have wanted to raise. So you've got a lot of work to do there. And all the best. We wish you all the best. Members, thank you very much. Minister's team, our support staff, thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.